10 a.m. So it's time for us to start this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. And firstly, I would like to invite Geshe Lobsong Donye and Geshe Losang Katsu from the Daji Buddhist Center to opening the meeting with a prayer, please.
So the Geshis will do three things today. The first will be repetition of a prayer which is dedicated to the enlightenment of all beings, and the second one will be praying that a compassionate wish for enlightenment to benefit all grows in people's minds. And the third one will be repetition of a Sanskrit mantra of Tara, the feminine Buddhist saint or Buddhist who brings health, happiness and success for all people, and especially dedicated to the people in this meeting today.
Namahi, thank you. Now, we have 6 speakers for public forum, so a few to get through. And I'd like to start with Dr. Janet Rhodes, who's via Zoom. So can you unmute yourself, Dr. Rhodes? Or can we unmute you? You might have to unmute. Can you hear me, Dr. Rhodes? Yes, it looks like you're unmuted now. So, are you ready? Can you nod? Hello? Can you hear me? No, it doesn't appear. Can you turn your speaker on?
Kia ora, Dr. Rhodes. Can you hear us all right?
Kia ora, that's good. How's that?
Perfect. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Great, thanks. Kia ora, ko Janet Takawangala no Wararapa Aho. I am a senior surgical trainee at Dunedin Hospital. That means I'm a doctor in training to become a general surgeon. I've got about a year and a half left until I am a specialist. I just want to start by saying thanks for the opportunity to speak, and also to say that I'm expressing my own personal views here. And I also want to just pause to thank all those individuals who have just been working really hard on the new build. So I think it's a thankless task. It's impossible to please everybody. And understandably, we've all got some concerns, but there's a lot of people who are trying hard to get things right for this. So I also would like to just recognise that people are working hard on this. But today, I just really want to express my own personal concern around one particular aspect, which is the capacity of the new build, and to reiterate why limiting the capacity of the new build is a mistake that's going to be challenging and expensive to recover from, and it's one that will continue to impact patient safety for years to come. So there's a really large body of evidence that demonstrates hospitals run most efficiently and therefore most cost effectively when they run at an average of 85% capacity. And that's not what our current hospital is doing. So for several years now, Dunedin Hospital's been running at or near capacity, and we see it in the run-on effects of that in our daily clinical practice. In time and time again, I can see just examples of cases where patients would have had a safer clinical journey if they had a little bit more fat in the system. And the problem is that this is a system that is possibly close to crisis point. It's not just our hospital, it's the healthcare system, and we've been running down to 5 6 years now. And so we keep on thinking, oh, we've got to work smarter, not harder, but eventually you get to the point where you think this is only, we kind of reached our maximal smartness. We can always do things differently, and we should continue to reflect on that, but at some point you've still got to have enough beds for the patients that need care. So I'll give an example of that if I have time. But I just want to really reiterate my key point at the beginning, which is the new build is currently planned to be of approximately similar bed numbers to our current hospital. The size of our current hospital is inadequate and it contributes to unsafe outcomes for patients. And the system that runs at 85% capacity, that system, that's referring not just to the size of a hospital, but it's referring to all aspects of infrastructure and staffing. And so once one part of that is run down, then the other bits have much less space in the system to absorb for when, for example, staff members have COVID, such as myself at home. Now, and so when we're building a major piece of infrastructure, sorry, I got a phone call there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yep, so thanks. When we're building a major piece of infrastructure, failing to invest in appropriate sizing of that building is really poor use of the resource and will be very difficult for us to come back from. So just an example of that would be my job. My daily job is to operate on patients. So if I'm on table, if my team is taking on new patients from the emergency department, in an optimal world, I have a junior registrar down in the emergency department seeing those patients while I'm operating. And then in between cases, then I and my boss will have a chat to my junior registrar and make a plan for those patients. But my junior registrar can only see those patients in the emergency department if there's a bed space to see those patients. Like often we're dealing with people who've got pus in places that are awkward to examine. You can't just examine people in the corridor. We need to examine people's abdomens. People deserve a little bit of privacy and some dignity when they come into hospital. And that's actually really difficult to achieve. So there are times where I've had patients who've been waiting for 18 plus hours and they've had perianal pus, so that's pus around the anus. And I think, okay, well I can at least take that patient out of the waiting room and I'll take them out to orthopedic outpatients, which is closed at the moment because it's after hours. And I can just get that patient just to de novo, so I can have a look at their bum and make a plan. Do they need an operation or not? But this is like totally inappropriate to be examining patients standing up because there are no bed spaces. There's no bed spaces in ED because there's no bed spaces in the hospital because we don't have enough space. So you can't move people out of ED if you can't move them into the hospital. And the same thing happens with HDU bed spaces as well. And that you can't move people out of ICU and HDU and into a normal bed space if there's no bed spaces in the hospital. And then that means that we end up with patient operations being cancelled. So we've had over 2,000 operations being deferred or cancelled in the last 2 years, and it's just completely unacceptable and a total waste of resources. So it just seems like, yes, we're talking about a colossal amount of money for a hospital build here, but in the long run, the amount of money that gets wasted just by having a hospital that is clogged, that's too small to move patients through efficiently, is significantly greater expense than the initial outlay of building a hospital that's big enough to provide the service we need to. Thanks.
Fantastic. Are you happy to take questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Rhodes, for that detailed overview. My question, I guess, is simple and related to a term you used a number of times, fat in the system, and how much there is. The question is simply, does the detailed business case that was signed off by Cabinet provide enough fat in the system?
So I'd love to, sorry, I cannot, that will be beyond the scope of my practice and my knowledge to answer that question, Chris. But what I can say is that, for example, our staffing, I know that the general surgical service, our staffing was running at around 66% last year, for the second half of last year. So we're supposed to have 18 registrars and we had 12 for the second half of last year. And so when you're running in a hospital that's small and they're saying we need you to discharge people, you've only got 12 people, so you're constantly prioritising looking after the sickest patients rather than discharging people. So it's a big picture here, but I do think that in the long run it's easier to address staffing than it is to address the size of the building. I can't address the specifics of your question though.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Rhodes, for your presentation. My question is around operating theatre numbers and proposed hours changes. One of the things that is out there, floating out there at the moment, is that with the lesser number of operating theatres, we could turn the shift into a 10-hour shift. What would the impact of that be on clinical outcomes come hour 10? Like at the end of that long shift, is that a long shift?
So what I would say is that again, it also comes back to staffing and it comes back to fat in the system. And so when you talk about extending the day to a 10-hour operating day, that's all very well, but you have to have the staff to be able to achieve that. And so if you're worried about us operating at hour 10, then I have no concern about operating for 10 hours because it's pretty rare that you would get operating relentlessly for 10 hours. And even if you did have a long pace that took all day and longer, there are still opportunities to scrub out and look after your own personal needs whilst operating. I can't speak to evidence on what happens for a 10-hour operating day, but what I can also say is that when I heard that, I think, okay, that's great, and actually I find it frustrating when my last case today gets cancelled because we've run out of time. But what I would say is that this is a job where, so for example, I'm routinely paid to work 60 to 65 hours a week. On a bad week, I'll work 90, and on a really good week, I'll work 60. And so I guess when I hear that there's a 10-hour operating day, I'm like, okay, great, but this actually feels like a system that is going to be asking more of me and more of my colleagues, and there'll be absolutely no reflection of that in our salary. And I don't actually want more money, I'd like to see more of my kids. And so these are the kind of the thinking outside of the square, different ways of dealing with how we're going to solve this capacity problem, but we're still really short of staff.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Janet Rhodes. I just have a couple of personal questions for you, Dr. Rhodes. I wondered, I see in the cuts, one of them is to clinical workspaces. Can you tell me how that will affect you personally?
Yeah, so are you talking about sort of desk space or space for, yeah, right. Well, what I would say is at the moment, it's just an completely unworkable situation. So for last year, in an office that I was supposed to share with 16 people, it's an office that has 11 desks. And so there are times today where we might all be in there, and that was a great example of actually it was good to be understaffed because at least there was mostly space for us to be working. It's a really impossible environment to get work done in, and there's no, like, you're working all over the hospital. If you don't have a space where you can put the gear down and where you can come back to 20 minutes in between places and get some work done, it becomes really difficult to be an efficient clinician. And I would say the same, I can't speak to nurses, but I look at the space that nurses have to work in the wards, and it's just abysmal. It's really hard to think straight and to think clearly in an environment where there are a lot of people around, a lot of people talking. And the reality is that this is an environment in a workplace where people have an exciting moment or a stressful moment or a sad moment or a challenging patient. Day after day after day, there are always things to talk about, and we're talking about humans here. And the other thing that I would say is that there's zero capacity to cater for our staff members who are neurodiverse. So if you're somebody who has ADHD, or if you're somebody who is autistic, or if you're just actually a normal person who does require a little bit of quiet to get some work done, the current environment is not okay. And then the new hospital space is either going to have clinicians outside of the building, so that then I can't just call my boss and say, hey, I'm actually really worried about this patient, but I don't know what's wrong and I need your help. At the moment, my boss can come down the corridor from their office to come and help me with that patient. But this will be a clinical barrier if clinicians are based outside of the building for their office space, because suddenly it becomes a lot harder for me to say to my boss, hey, I actually really need you just to come and eyeball this patient, please, and help me with them, because this is beyond my skill set.
Thank you. That's all we have time for today. Thank you very much, Dr. Rhodes. That's very helpful and very insightful. Thank you.
Thanks.
We now have Dr. John Chambers. The next 5 minutes are all yours, Dr. Chambers.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dr. John Chambers. I'm a former elected member of the District Health Board. I'd like to express my admiration for Janet to speak out like this today. Not many junior doctors are prepared to do that on behalf of the patients and the colleagues. Now, I'm appointed Health Board member, and it's about 10 years now since we realised that replacing and updating the old building floor by floor to modernise it was not going to work. And I think the problems with the ICU is a good example of what happened there. It's still not fully functional, the ICU in the old block. So we embarked on planning for a new hospital on a new site. And the site was selected and the plans being made. Now, it's taken years and years and years of multiple iterations, multiple meetings to come up with the final plan submitted for sign-off by the Cabinet on March 22nd, 2022. Now, there were hints in the last board meeting in June that there were problems with the money and there was a $90 million shortfall. But it was suggested that perhaps that $90 million could be found, could perhaps raised locally or on the South Island, so that the hospital could proceed as planned. But when it was announced on the February before Christmas that the green light was given for the new hospital build, yay, that was attached to these new plans, which showed quite significant cutbacks to achieve those $90 million in savings. Now, that created quite a bit of an outcry. I think an outcry is the right phrase to use. And clearly you, as a council, have been motivated to try and reverse those cuts. And I was invited to a meeting on February the 15th locally about this. And it wasn't a secret meeting. It wasn't an open meeting. But present at that meeting were myself and some of the former ex-board members and the chair, Pete Hodgson, many of yourselves, many of the executives of Te Whatu Ora, and some of the local planning group, including a couple of clinicians and the architect. And I suppose the reason for being called to that meeting was to kind of calm the waters slightly and reassure us that things were actually on track. Now, the meeting clearly had a powerful effect on the wall where the regional mayors, they were on the wall on Zoom. Now, that meeting had a powerful effect on them, because within a couple of days they pulled out of this sort of campaign to support the new hospital, and really suggesting that it's a done deal. But perhaps I would suggest that they realise now that they've got their own battles to fight for the healthcare of their own local populations as we move forward. So what did I take from that meeting? Well, I took a number of things. Firstly, have the $90 million of savings been made on paper? Well, yes, they have. And that's involved a huge amount of work by the local planning committee and the architect. They've met with all the services, service by service, to see what cuts they would accept reluctantly, to kind of what could they live with. And then they've gone through the whole build, floor by floor, to see how they could rejig it and rearrange it to try and reduce the size of the building, because it's all about square metres. The costing of the project is dependent on the number of square metres, and could they reduce enough square metres to cut that $90 million cost? So they got there, and I think they got to admire the work that they've done, and the architect's done a very good job. Now, number two, will those $90 million be saved in the end when the new hospital opens? Absolutely no way, absolutely not. I think because of other inflationary things happening and other things that are known and unknown, the final bill will probably exceed the $1.5 billion by the order of a couple of $100 million. So the savings will not actually be made in fact. Now, what's been the effect of this delay and this redesign and these cutbacks on the project? Well, this process in 2022 is going to result in the hospital not opening for a further 10 months in 2028 now into 2029, almost extending the opening of the hospital by a year, when, as we've heard this morning, we need this hospital sooner rather than later. And I found that quite extraordinary, to be honest with you, because there's almost nothing happening on that site. Nothing's happening on that site for a year. And then it will take almost a year to bang those big pipes into the ground. So this is not a quick construction process. Why this 2 or 3 months debate in 2022 is extending the opening by a year, I found it difficult to understand. Those are some of the points I made. Now, is it a done deal? Is this a done deal? Absolutely not. Nothing's a done deal. Of course, there are years going ahead, planning ahead in this project. I'm sure things could change for the better for our patients and our staff. Will we get back to that proposal that was submitted in March 22? I don't think so. I think too much water's gone under the bridge and too much work's been done. And perhaps some of the new elements in the new plans are actually better than the plan submitted in March 2022. So I don't think we'll get back to the building as it was designed and publicised. Is there any space in the footprint of the new build? Is there any potential space to actually get back some of those square metres if the argument can be made? There is space. And I think it's going to be announced and publicised tomorrow what the actual build's to look like. There's a big hole in the middle of the building. There's a big space in the middle of the new building. It's called a void, V-O-I-D void. And I would suggest that that void could be filled floor by floor for 2 or 3 more floors and get back that space that's been cut out in 2022. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And if I get a chance, I'll speak about Timaru and why we're in this situation today.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions? Councillor Mayhem.
I wondered if you could tell me about Timaru and why we're in this situation today.
Sorry. At the meeting on February 15th, I'm sure some of you may remember, Te Whatu Ora executives were very quiet and very muted. But one of them made a little speech about the exciting possibility in the future that patients from Dunedin who require surgery could go to Timaru. And I have no objection to people going to Timaru if there's a bit of slack in the system, but I don't think that should be part of the planning process of an adequately sized hospital in Dunedin. That's not our future plan for our population. Most people who need surgery in Dunedin should get it in Dunedin.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Dr Chambers. I remember that part of the presentation quite clearly too, and pulled them up on the fact that the hospital had been designed on an Otago Southland model, and effectively they're now moving the model into South Canterbury, which, if anything, looked like more burden. Would you agree that if we're going to head up to Timaru and service that area as well, we're actually having a bigger demand on this hospital rather than a smaller demand? Yes. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely.
It was my opinion that they have added some floors in that void, so I'm not sure. I thought that's where they had created the extra space.
I think they've added one floor in the void, just one floor so far. Yeah.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chambers, Dr Chambers, for your presentation. One of the concerns that we've been focusing on is the reduced pathology space, the considerably reduced pathology space. Do you have any comments to make about that, and particularly in your role in ED and the importance of pathology?
I only found out about this myself last week when it was publicised. It's quite alarming. We rely on those pathology services to back us up and give us rapid results to our investigations, to help us manage patients requiring acute care, and also the patients requiring frozen sections, etc., for surgery planning on a day. I found it quite extraordinary that the pathology services have been reduced as part of the reconfiguration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Dr Chambers, thank you. Is it reasonable that lay people like ourselves make an assumption that, given the pressure on the system that we heard Dr Rhodes talk about, the issue with doctor and nursing supply internationally, that nice working facilities and a good environment are a competitive advantage in attracting good staff to the city?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why I came to Dunedin 30 years ago, because it had, in the new hospital then, as it was, everything that you needed to work well. But clearly that we're in a difficult situation today. Yeah, we want all the facilities that we need and our patients deserve and our staff deserve.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking today. What sort of message do you think it gives staff when the staffing pavilion area was deleted off the list?
Yes, I mean, that pavilion area was where most of the non-clinical areas and many of the offices and meeting spaces were to be placed. I think some of them have been accommodated within the new build, but not as many. And perhaps moving some of them closer to their own clinical area might be an advantage. But I think the spaces that were proposed were also quite good and quite innovative. To have joint spaces where different specialty groups could meet together and discuss things. So I think it was quite a loss. And I think there were quite a lot of good ideas in that particular component, which is now gone.
Thank you. Yes, that's it for questions. Right, and no one's got any further. Thank you very much, Dr. Chambers. We very much appreciate you coming in. You've got something else to say?
Can I just say one thing as to why I think we're here today, possibly why we're here today? If you go back in the history of the New Zealand health system, back to 1885, the Health and Charitable Institutions Act 1885, that entrenched the importance of having locally elected members running under boards of hospitals. And those local elected members were to come from within the council and be elected by within the council. And that tradition has continued in New Zealand for 100 years, over a century. eventually ending up with us having joint elections on the same day. And perhaps the fact that our former mayor, Dave Cull, stood for election, was elected to the board and then became the chair and was just getting to grips with it when he had his untimely illness is a good example of a good link between the council and the hospital boards. So I don't think it's any accident that you're here today doing what you're doing. I think, you know, when the health system has been changed to what seems to be a very centralised bureaucracy, our local population will need the support of their councillors to make sure they get good services. And I'm sure that the regional mayors realise that, except they're not regional mayors anymore. They're locality mayors in health terms, because there only is one region in the South Island, and the board is in Christchurch.
Thank you for pointing that out, and thank you very much for your support.
Yeah,
We
thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Maureen Carruth.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Now, I'm deemed to be the older generation, and we're the silent generation because we don't really say a lot and stick up for ourselves. So this morning I want to address, excuse me, two issues in the reduction of hospital services. And one of those is the reduction in mental health beds for older people. And in the initial plan, there were 24 beds set aside for mental health, and it's now been reduced to 12. Mental health, as you know, is not an easy fix. It's not like having surgery and having an end result that you get over quite quickly. Mental health takes time and often requires a lengthy stay in hospital so the patient can be assessed and treated. Excuse me. In the statistics from 21 to 22, and suicide rates were 538 people took their own lives. And a third of the top of those were the age bracket between 80 and 84. And the other two categories were 25 to 29 and 30 to 34. The Health New Zealand's current spin is that people can be treated in their own homes. And I dispute that strongly. Many of the elderly live alone in semi-rural or rural areas, and they are depressed, anxious and lonely. I've had a personal experience of this with a close relative attempting to take their own life. And thank you for helicopter services, intensive care unit and aged mental health care. We saved her life, or they saved her life. She ended up in a current hospital system for 10 weeks while she was assessed and treated. And that episode could definitely not have been managed at home. Mental health medication are complex and need to be trialled over a period of time to get the balance right. Depression and anxiety medication takes 3 weeks to kick in, and some people need to be observed through this time to be sure that that they're safe and they're not harming themselves. So it's really not a quick fix, and certainly not one for older people who live alone and are isolated. The classification for old in the census figures are not the recent census. This will make you smile because it'll affect some of you around the table. The old are deemed in 3 categories. 65 to 74 is the youngest old, 75 to 84 are the middle old, and 85 plus are the oldest old. So that covers a lot of people, and there were 246,000 of us in Otago at the last census, not the recent one. Our hospital is here to look after all of us, and 12 beds for mental health for older people is certainly not enough. The other area I'd like to deal with is I worked for 6 years as a volunteer in the emergency department, and Dr. Chambers was actually the head staff person there at the time I was there. It was a very interesting and quite a stressful role, just being a volunteer. And I'm deeply concerned at the reduction in staff space and time-out space for staff. Currently, the staff room in ED consists of one room with no outside windows, It's in the middle of the triage area and adjacent to the ambulance entry. Staff taking breaks are forced to work basically the gauntlet of patients in corridors and beds. And that must be very hard because every patient looks at you as if you're going to be the one to be helpful to them. In the room, it smells of everybody's microwave meals. There is no privacy for phone calls home, etc. And staff have families and issues going on at home just the same as we do. The female changing room in the current hospital for nurses is no larger than a cupboard, which is shared with the volunteers. There is one shower with no privacy to dress, racks of uniforms in some lockers. Shower and uniform changes can be required quickly if nurses' uniforms get covered in blood or other bodily fluids. There are quite a number of issues in relation to staff space, and I have to give them my fullest respect for dealing with what they have to do now. I believe that it's absolutely essential that staff be treated and respected like normal human beings and given private space for time out and meal breaks and even to have a good cry. And I've seen that happen many times. And believe me, it happens frequently. To see the trauma team swing into action when a life-threatening situation arises leaves one absolutely awestruck. And these situations do take their toll on staff, as Dr. Janet Rhodes has said. Some of our nurses work 10 or 12 hours. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mrs. Carruth, for sharing your very personal stories with us and particularly too around the working conditions of staff. I wondered if you had a comment, because one of the original focuses we had was around the PET scanner, and we know there's going to be a private PET scanner, but around access to the PET scanner, do you have any comments about the importance of that?
Yes, I do. I had personal experience of that prior to Christmas when I got 4 days' notice to go to Christchurch to have a PET scan. And I know the system does work effectively because I got up there and back again very quickly. And I was very fortunate to get a diagnosis on the last day before Christmas and be treated in January. And so I'm still sitting in the waiting mode for a few months yet. But, you know, the staff are amazing. But having a PET scanner here in Dunedin, I had a previous partner, we had to go to Auckland for a PET scan. It would make such a huge difference. Huge difference, I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Carruth, and thank you for confirming I'm not old yet. But on a more serious note, you've obviously got two major concerns. One is the time-out space, but more importantly, I mean, I'll just ask it straight. You obviously think it's completely nuts to cut the number of mental health beds in the context of an ageing population.
Absolutely, it is nuts.
Okay.
And also, and taking away the pavilion for staff time-out spaces is stupid as well. Why spend all this money building this building for the future of my grandchildren and their families? I mean, I'm 85, it doesn't make any difference to me now, personally, but I've lived in Dunedin a long time and I volunteered at the hospital and I volunteered in lots of places. So I guess that I've probably seen a lot of differences. And I thank you all really for taking this issue on behalf of our city. Thank you very much.
We have one last question from Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you kindly, and again, thank you very much for coming in and talking to us. I want to kind of keep going on the same theme, and I'll preface this by saying that my mother apparently is, middle-old, sorry, and if her experiences within the current system or anything to go by, I wonder whether it would be fair to say that the old, in whichever category they may be, are not forgotten but marginalised. Would you agree to anything like that?
I do think it's very hard to make choices for the staff. And yes, there's a lot of very elderly people that need a lot of care and a lot of backup. And so I do think to a degree they are marginalised.
And so subsequent to that, because as you said, you're of the generation that doesn't speak up, and as my mother. And so when you look around at a system that is overloaded, at a hospital that you know from inside is overloaded, as we have heard, is beyond breaking point, do you think that what impact do you think the changes or proposed changes to the hospital build will have on the likelihood that your generation is likely to speak up?
That's a difficult question for me to answer, but I do know as a volunteer the time I spent in the hospital, part of the role is talking and supporting the patients while they're waiting for care. I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of elderly people, and the circumstances that some of them are living in is really quite hard, very hard. So it encompasses not only in-hospital care but outside, which is not what this is focused about. It's really focused about getting a hospital that meets our purposes. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Carruth. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to extend public forum beyond 30 minutes. So, the seconder, Councillor Benson Pope. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. And next we have Joe Miller to this.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again. I want to actually support your stance and your help and offer the services of Grey Power Otago. We are very focused on making sure this hospital stays as it was originally designed. Prior to the hospital being started, when they were discussing it, prior to the election that was coming up, we had two members of Parliament at our meeting. One of them was the then Minister of Health, Honourable David Clark, and the other one was Mr Woodhouse. We were told by both of them that we were going to get a great hospital. The hospital that we were going to be given from the Labour Party was going to be absolutely state-of-the-art and absolutely the one that pinnacle that everybody else would build their hospital as a starting point from. The other one we were advised would be a 50-50 deal. 50 of it would be private, 50 of it would be public. And I have grave concerns that if we're not careful about what's happening here with our hospital, we could end up with a government saying to us, we can bail you out by making half of it private. This hospital has to be for everybody. It has to be accessible to everybody. And I have to be honest and say I have the greatest admiration for the staff, but perhaps they've done themselves a bit of a disservice by the very good service they've given us all under the most difficult of conditions. We have to stop that happening. They managed to find contingency funding to cover the pandemic units that they decided were going to be built in the hospital after COVID, and they were originally to be done under the budget that had been allocated. We wrote as Grey Power to the Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern at the time, and they offered contingency funding in October to cover those units. There is money there if they need to find it, and we have to fight to make sure that we do keep that happening. And I agree with the previous speaker, having been involved very much with the Mental Health Commission, that the actual statistics that are out now for suicides in older people and men over 70 to 80 are equivalent to young men 20 to 25. Now that is disgusting. That should never ever be allowed to happen. We have to fight hard. I'm only going to speak as far as that on the hospital because there are far more intelligent people than myself to be able to do it, because I wanted to speak and ask you to support Grey Power's petition to stop the one-way system becoming a two-way system. Please, we beg of you to do that. We've asked people all around. The original decision to turn that into two-way was done without consultation to truck drivers, courier drivers, all the ones that travel up and down there all day. And so they are the ones, and I look at the poll that the Otago Daily Times put out, where it was over 90% people wanting it to stay one way. The petition we put out had nearly 900 signatures to it, and again, they were all wanting it to stay one way. These are the people of Dunedin. These are the people that we ask you to look after. So please, my big problem, my big issue with you today is please ask for the one-way system to stay. The decision is being made this month. That's what I was told as a result of our petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry? Sorry, Councillor Benson-Bope.
Thank you, Ms Miller. You talked about proposals for public-private partnerships in respect of the hospital build. I'm aware of ACT's suggestion to that effect, and it's not unusual that that comes from the National Party either, but I'm not aware of any such suggestions from government. Do you have other information that we've missed about that?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm sorry. Not suggesting that government is saying it. We are into an election year, and we have to be aware of what the outcomes could be if we are into a situation where we have a change of government.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Now, next we have Scout Barbara Evans and Tessa Dawson.
Kia ora tātou. You all know me, I'm Scout. This is my neighbour Tessa. I'm going to do most of the speaking today because she's just come off a night shift. We are here today to discuss the much less topical issue of city planning. So we'd like to discuss the use in particular of non-notified consent for property developments within residential areas. And I'll preface this by saying that we are very pro-development, we are very pro-intensification, as long as that is appropriate for the area that the intensification is happening in. And that sits in balance with the very real impacts that that does have on the community around a development. So we're both Mornington residents, our children are great friends, our pets visit each other's houses, and we and our neighbours enjoy a really close-knit community. It's a fantastic neighbourhood. We would like to propose that planning rules are altered to give a more rigorous test to what is minor, moderate or severe impact on a community. We suggest that there are some consents that have their impact on a community being very understated compared to what is actually happening. And we suggest that any intensification that is more than, say, a 3 times intensification should actually be considered publicly notifiable. And we come to you with this today because there are 4 major developments either underway or planned for a 1 square kilometre area surrounding our houses, all by the same company. So there are 9 houses going in on Durham Street, and that has been given resource consent and is underway. There are 9 houses proposed by the same company 1 street over on Galloway Street. 10 going in next to Paddy's and Cream on Henderson Street. And a massive 23 going in they've proposed on the intersection between Kenmure Road, Stone Street and Napier Street. So far the Durham Street development is the only one of these that has been given consent so far, and its consent came with a lot of concessions. So they have consent to breach boundary height restrictions, which impacts any development that surrounding owners might like to undertake. They're permitted to do an increased volume of earthworks, and of course that comes with an increased volume of construction vehicles, which have so far already caused damage not only to the road and its surface, but also to the cars that are parked on the street from residents. And the development has so far affected the safety of both cyclists and pedestrians, including school children on the street. So we live around the corner from Mornington School, and there are children who are walking up and down those streets every day to get to and from school. And finally, they've been allowed a concession on driveway width restrictions, which means that cars will find it harder to enter garages and that there'll be more competition on an already really cramped street for parking. Some of you guys have visited me before. It's so cramped up in those tiny streets on Mornington. The construction has also reduced Durham Street to one lane, and it's closed a footpath due to their large site office on the road. And we find that where these concessions are made, the impact to a community is considerably greater. We believe that the DCC has the ability to use notified consents where the cumulative impacts of development are more than minor, and that any development granted concession on a resource consent should be considered to have more than a minor impact on the surrounding community. The DCC has a responsibility to foster and support communities, whatever their tax bracket, age, stage of life, or home ownership status. There is a housing crisis in Dunedin, and we do need more warm, dry homes. But these 51 units are not being sold at a price point which is accessible for the people who need that. It's not accessible for the disabled who can't get accessible housing. It's not accessible for young whānau like mine, for the low income, or for the first home buyers. We are also quite concerned that these developments don't have very much green space planned. We know that can be an attractive idea for some people, but we're concerned for how that might impact our water infrastructure and runoff. I have a story to tell you about one of our neighbours if you would like to hear it. But I've got 7 seconds left.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Kia ora, Scout. Would you like to tell us the story about your neighbour?
Yes, so one of the neighbours directly beside one of these proposed developments, which again has not been granted resource consent yet. She is incredibly concerned and anxious. She's a sweet older woman living by herself, getting support to get in and out of her home. And she's really anxious about the fact that developers are under no legal obligation to inform their neighbours of what's going on. Her home sits directly on the boundary of her property, so she will be quite impacted by any development that goes in next door. And she's concerned about the loss of privacy and the peace that she will have with 18 neighbours instead of one neighbour, as well as having fears that any excavation will undercut her house and destabilise it. So we don't consider these to be minor impacts, but if the Durham Street development is anything to go by, and if that was granted resource consent with concessions despite the considerable impact so far on the community, we're concerned that future developments may have that impact understated too. So we'd like to see more rigorous testing around what is considered to be a minor and not minor impact.
Thank you. So I think that's the end of questions. Thanks very much for your time and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
That's great. And now we have Anne-Marie Parsons.
Thank you.
The next
and
5 minutes are
thank you
yours.
for allowing me to come to speak today. My interest in buses, I'm talking about the hub, started in '59 when I came to Dunedin as a student. And the intercity buses in those days had their own building that was a bus stop, a bus that you went inside. And it really worried me when relatively recently I was down at the where they are now, when it's somebody's bright idea to actually put them outside. I spoke to a woman from Melbourne in the pouring rain, and she was not at all impressed with Dunedin and the fact that they'd allowed the bus to be in the bus itself, just pull into the street. So I have been using the buses since they started, and I have no idea why anybody would have thought it was appropriate to have a bus, have a driving place, going in and out of the hub, as well as the other 3 that are there already that they could use. So that's what I want to do, is to close off that just for walking instead of for using for cars, going in and out of Countdown at the hub side. I have been one of those people that have been in, I'm not sure how I can put this, but I did get kicked in the back of my leg. Well, I presumed it was a kick. It was from behind. I didn't know who did it. And that person is now in jail because she's done it to somebody else, waiting for her court case to come up next month. So that makes my interest in the hub a lot more solid. I don't like the idea. I was sitting there on Saturday waiting between buses to just watching what was happening and discovering that people are not taking any notice of the actual signs that say, no, don't go this way or don't go that way. They just go wherever way they want. And it happens all the time. And there are people that are driving through the bus hub for no reason whatsoever. You can have as many as a dozen at a time. So the buses that are going have to wait then until those people can get out. So it holds up the buses, holds up the timetable. What I'm really here for is to get some drivers on the committee that make these decisions about what happens with the buses. And the secondary thing is passengers who use the buses a lot, and I don't mean me, because that's beyond me at the moment. So I don't understand why that wasn't put forward at the beginning of all of this, that there should be other people on the committees, not just the councillors. I'd better check my notes in case there's something I've missed that's really important. It takes me all the way back to 1959, I must admit, which is a horrible thought, really. But I would like to ask the council, please, what rent the intercity buses and that company are paying to the council for the use of that stop. I mean, obviously they don't have the cost of a building of their own, and I have been told that the owner just decided that that would be a lovely idea, and I just hope the council isn't letting them stay there for nothing. So that's the last point, is that the use of that piece of space in the road, I hope they're paying rent.
Very good. So I don't have an answer to that question off the top of my head, but If you send an email in, I'm sure you'll get an answer to that question. Or we can get one sent to you if you want. Well, we'll need an email address.
I can give you an email address. I don't have a computer or a cell phone. I decided when I retired, and my last job was 12 years at the university doing exam supervision, that I just couldn't bear that stuff and all the rubbish that's on that anyway.
Yes, look, a written letter we'll see. We'll receive a reply. Receive a reply, good as gold. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Ms Parsons. I just wasn't very clear about, you said you were kicked by a young woman outside the bus hub. Can you tell me a little bit more about what happened?
Oh, thank you. I just didn't push it hard enough. No, I was in the bus hub waiting to catch a bus, and a young man, a very tall young man with a whole lot of smaller women with him, was pronouncing all sorts of weird things, and including the F word, every second word. And I said, "Excuse me, this is a public place. Would you stop that sort of language?" And he turned, looked at me, and said the disgusting things to me as well. So I stupidly said, "Well, in that case, I'll just go to the police station." So off I walked. And the next thing, fortunately I had my stick. I didn't know who it was. I presumed it was the bloke that did it, but somebody kicked me in the back of my leg. And I managed to jab the stick in so that I didn't fall at the same time. But I did go and report it to the police later. I've already been twice to her cases, and somebody else that she attacked came forward, and so now she's in Christchurch Women's Prison because she's not a safe person to have on the street, I presume, with all sorts of rules. But that's I did see her on the second time. She didn't look at me, but I was making sure. I have macula, so I have trouble with my eyes.
Thank you. That's quite disturbing. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for your presentation. My question really is the Regional Transport Committee and Council Alexa Forbes from the ORC is working on inter-regional bus services. So would you want your presentation in some form or another to be moved towards the RTC, as well, Regional Transport Committee as well, so it can be heard there as well as they start to develop plans around intercity and interregional buses, including, of course, where the depots would be?
Yes, I was thinking about going to the meeting, the Regional Council meeting as well, but because I don't have sort of opportunities to get the information, I missed it, and then the meeting was on. And I know that they are involved as well in a lot of the stuff. You may have noticed that there are two shelters in that area that were put in, and I think it was because I nearly drove a young man nuts, because he's not allowed to do that. They're not allowed stuff in there because they're a private company, but they got put in anyway, so there is some shelter there for people. But I would still like that question answered: are they paying rent to the council? So maybe I can send them an email as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for coming along today. So at this stage, we'll move on to the meeting proper. Item number 3, apologies. We have no apologies that I'm aware of. Thank you. So declarations of interest. Members are reminded of their need to stand aside from decision-making where a conflict might arise between their role and any other private external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? No? Then I move that the council notes the elected members register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And now, confirmation of the minutes. I'll note that just prior to that, I will note that item 13 on the agenda, the New Zealand Masters Games Deed of Variation, has been withdrawn from the agenda. So that is a change to the agenda. Confirmation of minutes from the ordinary council meeting of 22nd of February. I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes of that meeting. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley. Does any questions or comments on that? No, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the ordinary council meeting of the 28th of February. I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes of that meeting, 28th of February 2023, is a correct record. Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Barker. So are there any comments on that? Anyone like to speak to that? No, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Reports. Actions from resolutions of council meetings, page 44 of your agenda. Ms Graham, do you have anything to say to the report?
I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? We have no questions. In that case, I move that council notes the open and completed from resolutions of council meetings. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Fiso. All those in favour? Any speakers? No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 7. The Forward Work Programme for Council, March 2023, page 49 of your agenda. Anything you wish to say, Ms Graham?
Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And on page 52, there's the matter of the review of the strategic framework. We've had several queries recently around the economic development strategy, which is coming to the end of its 10 years, and just wondering if there's any update about the process for that to be reviewed and renewed and the time frame.
So as part of the 10-year plan cycle of workshops, there's one planned in the next few weeks, I think. It says May there, which will begin looking at how we progress the review of the strategies.
And that strategy would be one of those. That's
yes.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question on page 51, just about the annual report. It says that the annual report is on the agenda, and I just want an update on when we might be expecting that.
And sorry, it was intended to be on this agenda, but delays again with audit mean that it will now be coming to a meeting in early April. So and I think we're looking to find time for that. I don't know if the date, is Sharon here? No. I don't know if the date has been set, but we'll advise councillors of when that is.
You happy? Yeah. Good. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just page 55 and variation 2, and maybe nobody can answer the question specifically, but papers say at the time of writing several appeals have been received. Does anybody have any idea how many appeals were received for that?
No, I think there's probably no one here who knows that, but yeah, I can find out.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, on page 54, the district energy scheme has got here an update report will be presented at a future date. Do we have any idea on what that date might be, or are we just sort of crossing our fingers?
We don't have a plan for that as yet, but there will be one at some point during the 10-year plan process.
Thank you. And along very similar lines, I know in previous meetings I have asked the same question, and I know it's not down to us. We're waiting on the ORC. I'm speaking about the waste minimisation and management bylaw that is currently waiting on completion of the Otago Regional Waste Assessment. just wondering whether we either have asked, and if so, whether we have any update on how far away that is.
How far away the assessment is?
How far away the completion of the Otago Regional Waste Assessment is so that we can actually get on with the Waste Minimisation Management Bylaw.
Simon has the answer to that. What I would say before he answers about the work, it's highly likely that we won't need a waste minimisation bylaw, and there are better mechanisms than a bylaw for achieving those outcomes, but the assessment will help inform that. But so just want to make it clear that not to have an expectation that a bylaw is necessarily the way we'll go.
That's correct. And the regional waste assessment we're expecting next month, and at this stage we're planning on a report to Council in May.
Excellent. Councillor O'Malley?
And just to follow that up, partly it's pending the Otago Regional Waste Assessment, and then it's a possible subsequent amendment to the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. In the past, 2 councils were involved in that development of that plan. Is there an intention to involve, if that plan is modified, to have a governance component in the development of that plan?
Yes, correct, and that'll be part of the May report.
Very good. We're done with questions. So would anyone like to speak to the motion before I put it? Great. So all those in favour? No? Well, again. Oh, sorry, I thought I moved it. Moved by myself and seconded Councillor Walker. So I'll put the motion that we note the updated Council Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 8, State Highway 1, discussion of options. Mr Drew and Ms Benson will speak to the report. Do you have any opening remarks?
No, happy to take as read, answer any questions.
Good. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
We've got 2 options in this report. Why is do nothing and leave it the way it is not one of the options?
These are both the options of the program business case. That was.
Yeah, I'll jump in. The road is NZTA. It's a state highway, and so these are the 2 options that they are considering. So they're the options before you.
The question remains, why are we, never mind what they're considering, why are we not given the option of voting to consider just to leave it alone and not spend further money on it?
You are free to consider that if you wish, but there's been a long council history of this. In terms of discussions around this, a pre-existing council position, the integrated transport strategy, and so the options in front of you reflect the business case and the question that Waka Kotahi are seeking a position on this council on.
So if we wish to advise Waka Kotahi of the position of not wanting further changes to the one-way street system, is it basically then down to us as councillors voting against both options?
I'd imagine that there'll be an option through the Mayor. Someone will move something, and depending what that is, council will then vote and consider it, and then you know how it works.
Yes, I'll at this point foreshadow that I'll be moving the option, the recommended option as noted in the reports. And I do have a question of the team. Firstly, item number 16 on page 60, it says the 2 programs scored equally for safety and affordability, but when I looked at page 66 of this report, it shows that the program business case is quite a lot more affordable, has a better benefit cost ratio that for P1 than for P2. And similarly, going back to the program business case, which we don't have included in this report, probably because it's 600 odd pages, but in that it also shows the death and serious injury index is quite a lot better for P1 versus 2V3. So how does that reconcile with the statement here in 16 that the two programs scored equally for safety and affordability?
So the multi-criteria analysis in the program business case is quite coarse. It's either +2, +1, 0, -1, -2. And so they scored equally in the multi-criteria analysis because of the coarse nature of that assessment. And then what this detailed thing seeks to do is just clarify they're in the same bracket, but some are better than others within the same bracket.
Wonderful. And is there any assessment of how much extra cost it would be to the city for P2V3? 0.18 on page 60 shows that, well, it would become, Cumberland Street would become a local road, and then we would be responsible for operation and maintenance of it. Is there any estimate of the extra cost that would be to the city?
So we're still working through that. That is a question that have been asked, and we'll get that information back to you.
Wonderful, thank you. And that will do for me. Next question, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. When we discuss these two options, the briefing the other day did talk about the fact that the status quo of the one-way system was not what was being discussed here, but there was a significant series of amenity changes proposed. We all know that one of the issues with either configuration, current or future, will be speed, and we've all seen, hopefully, near misses on that route, particularly at the Queen's Gardens with heavy vehicles at speed running red lights. So you can see where I'm heading. I've previously asked about the change for red light running cameras being taken over by Waka Kotahi. As background, can you tell me, has there been any progress about that, or in discussion of whatever configuration might happen here, do we know any progress in respect of that sort of enforcement on this route, however it's configured?
With respect to status quo versus enhanced, the two options are scored similar because the enhanced option is safer, so it does talk about lowering speeds and having mid-block crossings, and the status quo option, what was looked at in the business case, doesn't score as highly for safety. In terms of the red light traffic running, sorry, I'll pass that over to you.
Yeah, so at the moment we're still on the, New Zealand Inc. is still in the process of rolling out red light cameras across the country. It will go to Waka Kotahi, but there'll be a bit of a handshake between Waka Kotahi and the police around enforcement.
Can we anticipate when that technology might arrive in our city?
I can find that out for you.
I'd appreciate that. Could you come back to us with that information, please?
I could just say it's being trialled in Auckland, so it won't be until the trials have concluded and they've made some assessment of that information.
Great. Next we have Deputy Mayor Barker, followed by Councillors Houlihan, O'Malley, Gary and Walker. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My questions are on page 137 of the WSP report. I just want to check. My first question is, it says it should be noted that as part of the emissions reduction plan, Dunedin is required to provide a VKT reduction program by the end of 2024. Whose plan is that? Is it like Dunedin's plan or is it a Waka Kotahi plan?
So it's through central government, through Waka Kotahi. We're just working through that now, Councillor.
That makes sense. And the second one, I just want to go to some of the cost estimates on the same page. So the state highway one way would cost council $0. Is that correct?
Sorry, the capital costs of?
Yeah, so there's a couple of cost estimates, and in the state highway one way, it's got that it would cost Waka Kotahi 23 million, and it's got a line for the Dunedin City Council, and I believe that line says $0. Is that correct? So
yep, correct.
And the next cost, if there was a two-way, then the cost to council, is this, I'm assuming, a capital cost of 18.2 million?
Correct.
So if it were to become a local road, and I'm assuming that's quite a lot of kilometres, is that correct? Quite a lot of kilometres getting to guess it, I guess. And I think I asked that question by email about how much the upkeep would cost for us annually in the future. Have you got a guesstimate on that?
So sorry, Councillor, we are still working through that, but we do have it in hand.
I guess for making a decision today, it's kind of useful to have the operational costing because it did have some financial considerations, but I was wondering if it's a little bit or a lot annually.
Well, it'll be costs such as ongoing vegetation control of any greenery that's planted there, and then renewals of pavements and curb and channel and cleaning, street sweeping. So, so we don't have any typical costs that you apply to those kind of streets in time for this meeting.
Excellent. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. What, apart from obviously our vote today, but what can we do to stop Waka Kotahi putting trees in the middle of the state highway if we don't want them? Nothing. Is because it's their road, is it, or?
Well, I guess the outcome of this will be a letter to Waka Kotahi on Council's preference endorsement, so we can include comments that are the will of Council.
And if everything just stayed the same, status quo, I would imagine that St Andrew Street would still have to have changes because of the pedestrian use with the hospital and the two buildings. Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, I think that would be a fair comment, Councillor.
Any idea on modelling for that if status quo was kept along that one way, but, you know, St Andrew Street was changed?
Yeah, so that's covered in the papers. And you know, the program business case did look at status quo, but, you know, it scored less than both the other options on pretty much every category.
So it would be much slower? Or
So what the modelling shown is the journey time for option one is very similar to status quo.
Right. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Barker's more or less answered the questions, but I'm going to go back over them a little bit. Are we still obliged to do a VKT reduction program given the Prime Minister's statement of a couple of weeks ago?
It is voluntary.
At our own cost. And just confirming again, sort of to follow up on Councillor Vandervis's statement about do nothing or do the State Highway 1 option, the cost to Council is zero in both cases, correct?
Correct.
And then to follow up again to Deputy Mayor Barker's questions about the costing, regardless of whatever that number is, converting the one-way north or Cumberland Street into a local road will incur costs. And I assume, who's going to pay for who would pay for the redesign of that road? In other words, it's probably in the report, but it's a big report. Currently, it's configured as a one-way north, and if we went for not the option that the Mayor's put up, but the other option, it would have to be reconfigured to become a two-way street. Is that a decommissioning cost that that Waka Kotahi picks up, or is it a commissioning cost that we pick up?
So my understanding of the process, this will just, Waka Kotahi will proceed to the next stage of the business case, which will be funded by Waka Kotahi because it's the state highways. The outcome of that piece of work will determine how the costs fall.
It's probably a moot question regarding the fact, given the fact that the other option is the one coming up first, and wouldn't want to say we're predetermined, but it's likely to pass. So I guess that's it then, really. Thanks. I just don't need the answer.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I've got several questions. Some of us around this table will remember the visuals for the cycleway and how different the actual delivery was. And I just want to be really clear about what we're looking at in these documents. I understand concept designs, but I want to understand how much that might change, because that does make a difference to my vote, does make a difference to how where I'm going to land. So can you just articulate where those visuals are? Are they right at the early concept stages? Is that the kind of idea, amenity that we're looking at? That was a long question.
That's correct, and it is referenced in the JASMIC report that they are just concepts for discussion about what could be done. The rubber will hit the road, sorry for the pun, at the detailed business case stage.
My second question is around speeds, and the government recently talked about not looking at the speeds on state highways as they were going to. They were looking at decreasing them, and it was one of the policies that's gone out the window. How would that affect, because that's very important to safety and amenity and all of that. Do you expect that to be followed in this case, or because this goes to an urban area, can we be confident that there will be lower speeds, whichever?
So the government announcement around not doing some of the speed reduction on state highways, it can't be seen in isolation to where there are state highways through urban environments. So there has to be a little bit of thinking in between local authorities and Waka Kotahi around how they join up those speed limits. So I don't think just purely saying it's a state highway means that speed limits are off the table.
Thank you. And I was quite shocked in our briefing around no commentary about the Sky Bridge, that's the link that's being cut from the hospital, because I consider that has an impact on pedestrian movement in that area, and it has a relationship to these decisions we're making today. Have you seen any evidence of that being taken into account, or how that may have an impact?
So in the the St Andrew Street discussions and the form and function of State Highway 88, those conversations are being had, and but more details to come in the next phase.
And finally, what's the practical transition that happens? And I saw in the one-way option it was rolled out gradually, the amenity changes, because I still consider the community thinks it's staying as it is. That's the one-way option. We know it has going to have enhancements. So what I read in the documents was that would be a gradual rollout. With the two-way, how does Waka Kotahi how would you go from one-way to two-way? What's the practical kind of rollout of something like that? Do we know?
I wouldn't want to speculate. I mean, technical challenge was something that's referenced in the program business case and the report. It would be complex to lay that change out.
I'm sure, and that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the papers. I'm sure I'm not alone and found them quite hard to digest, actually. It's really technical stuff and complex. 4 questions. Most of them, I think, are just yes or no answers, but feel free to expand. First one is very simple. Isn't safety is absolutely a key focus for Waka Kotahi?
That's correct, through the Road to Zero.
Thanks. And also, am I right in thinking, or is it the case actually, does the data stack up the fact that outside of peak hours, Dunedin works pretty well actually in a traffic sense?
Yeah, our data shows some peaks at morning commute time and afternoon commute time, and there's a peak within the peak as parents drop off children at school. But outside of that, the network doesn't have significant congestion.
Thank you. And third question is, I guess, a bit more testy, but in terms of our wider strategic goals as a council, particularly mode shift and placemaking, isn't it, I guess, widely recognised internationally that, and I'm going to be careful with my words here, that inducing travel inconvenience can often impel drivers to look at and perhaps utilise alternatives?
Well, that's amongst a suite of tools. I mean, certainly that's been used in London. Mm-hmm.
And final question, because I mean I can sense where this vote will likely go, so I'm just going to go to some of the details in P1 where it talks about including flexibility moving forward and including I guess the potential for public mode shift opportunities and blah blah blah, the stuff that's been talked about, and not trees in the middle of the road, I think. But am I right in thinking that that stuff will not become fully evident to us until the next business case stuff has progressed?
A bit more of the detail will be fleshed out in the next stage of the business case, yes.
And Councillor Gary reminded me of a follow-up question, and just has it been the case in the past that sometimes when indicative plans come back to us incorporating funky stuff, that the resultant asset when it's put in place doesn't reflect that? And I'm thinking of the one-way cycleway through the state highway, which looks really good on the plans, but doesn't look. It looks pretty rubbish.
I think what happens as you progress some of the detail, you get into a conversations of trade-offs, and I wasn't involved in that one, but it sounds like the trade-off was the greenery.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at page 60 of your report in paragraph 15, and specifically the second part of that, which says that P2V3 scored better, so that's the two-way, scored better on outcomes of livability, place quality, travel choice, connectivity, and carbon zero. It's a pretty serious list of things that align with our goals. So you're confident that that analysis is robust and that is an accurate statement?
Yeah, there was a significant amount of work done on the multi-criteria analysis with a large number of staff from across the 3 organisations, Otago Regional Council, Dunedin City Council, Waka Kotahi, that took in all of those technical assessments too. So it was a robust process.
Thank
you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Drew, you talked about earlier in one of the questions regarding travel times and between current and the P1 model or the P1 option. Can you just expand on that a little bit further? One of the questions I've got for you is, what is the current roading data telling us the average speed is on that road?
No, we don't know that, Councillor Wiley, but we can find that out. I can't give it to you off the top of my head. It won't be far away, though.
But what I'm trying to get an indication of is, I recall it was something not even close to the current 50k speed limit.
Yeah, I was going to say it'll probably be somewhere between about 30 and 40k.
Thank you, that's what I was wondering. So thank you for that affirmation.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. In options P1 and V2/3, both of those are going to, many different words could be used here, but maybe hinder the flow of traffic. The other day we had a workshop where the traffic person said to us there's going to be disruption whatever we do. I'm wondering, with that amount of disruption, do you believe, well, you may not be able to answer this, but that we've got an adequate public transport system to service that? Because by creating what Councillor Walker said, making it more difficult for people, to move around in their cars, what options are we giving them if there isn't adequate public transport?
So the program business case was done by 3 partner organisations, including Otago Regional Council, and you'll note in the program business case summary, ORC have their own work program to improve public transport, and there are some goals around that about mode shift from single occupancy vehicles into public transport. So that yes, it's there.
In all reality, how successful has the bus service been so far?
It's probably more a question for Otago Regional Council. I don't have that data.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just going to follow up sort of on other questions that were raised. Councillor Gary had mentioned the bridge that's missing now in the hospital design, and I notice in the St Andrew Street designs there doesn't appear to be a signalised mid-block crossing in that design, is there? I don't see any.
No, but I guess if it's not shown, it would probably evolve during the detailed business costs, and there is a mid-block crossing shown on Cumberland Street opposite the hospital. So,
and on Hanover Street as well, but it's just not on the St Andrew Street at the moment. I want to touch on amenity. On page 105 is the 2V3 Castle Street section, where there basically is no amenity. And that's why I'm wondering how this version, when one of the streets is now basically not able to have any amenity in it, scored higher in livability than the other one.
I think this is why some of the extra work was done to really demonstrate, whilst you have significantly improved amenity on one street, you have next to none on the next. And it was one of the contention points, and hence, therefore, some of the extra work that's being done.
So that gets to then that some of the stuff is more qualitative than quantitative when it comes to whether you've had an improvement or not. It's in the eye of the beholder, let's say.
Yeah, correct. And I guess we referenced that in the sensitivity analysis of the multi-criteria analysis. Depending on your viewpoint, scoring can change.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. This is a difficult one, and you may not be able to answer it, but in the option with going for the one-way with enhancements, one of the comments is around that possibility of flexibility into the P1 design, so that the configuration of the state highway could be reconsidered in the future. That's point number 22. But point number 23 is what I want to ask a question about, which was possible shifts in policy in the future. and whether Waka Kotahi has indicated any kind of idea of where that might head beyond the general topics in that point. Because my concern is we endorse one option, and in fact the movement of Waka Kotahi is going to be anyway towards the two-way option in some way or another.
That's the nature of transport funding. Every 3 years there's a government policy statement that sets direction around where the funding is, and every 3 years that can change.
Understand that. I guess if we're trying to make a wise decision for the future, it's just trying to get a sense of any indication from Waka Kotahi where that might head.
I guess what we're hearing for the upcoming government policy statement on transport is VKT reductions still, but of the Tier 1 councils, and resilience to climate change. Any others I've missed?
No, those are the main two that we've heard so far. We don't have any further detail on it though.
So, and the continued focus on the road to zero and safety.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. As a city, we've been ambitious with our goal of carbon zero for 2030. Now, we've got quite a few streets around our city that are going to be semi-pedestrianised as it is, like with George Street and with other areas that are becoming more people-friendly in the tertiary precinct, etc. If, say, for example, P2V3 went ahead as an option, or even P1, because both of them have substantial effects on traffic flow. How is that? Do we know how that's going to affect the carbon emissions with the traffic being congested in that way? Like if the speed is lower, if it's slowing the time down, if it's affecting the pace and flow of traffic, because at the moment the state highway is a way for people to get home and get home quickly. And if we're going to lower that speed, put trees around in the middle of the street and make areas people friendly when it's a state highway for people to get
Point of order. Misrepresentation. George Street is not being pedestrianised, and Waka Kotahi has not suggested streets in the middle of the road. Trees, sorry, in the middle of the streets.
I think I'll uphold that point of order because George Street still has one-way traffic, and there's no diagrams here with trees down the middle of the road. So can you just reframe your question, please?
People friendly, I said. So I'm just wondering, because we were told previously with Professor Nathan Berg that when traffic is idling, there's a possibility that can actually create more carbon emissions. Is that a risk here?
Just to clarify one point, the traffic modelling suggests that with investment in the harbour arterial and the P1 program that there isn't a deterioration of the network journey times, but it does highlight a deterioration of in program 2V3. And to the climate change effects, sorry, I can't speak to that. I'm not qualified in that area.
Well done. Well, Councillor Melly.
It's just to go back to the original resolution back in 14th of December 2021, which could have been described as putting the cat among the pigeons potentially. Is it fair to say that Waka Kotahi, upon receiving that resolution where we looked at version 3 as a basis for further discussion, went back and looked at the design of both the version 1 and the 2v3 in terms of livability and other such things, and we are seeing now in version 1 potentially more livability design in there than there was in the original one-way system design?
That would be correct.
Councillor Vandervis.
referring back to the zero cost State Highway 1 as highlighted by Deputy Mayor Barker, the options, cost estimates have been provided in the two options set out below. This is page 137 of our agenda. Are you conversant with the previous consultant's report that we had regarding the cost of slowing traffic down? And I'll read from that report for you. Based on Dunedin's average daily traffic data, every minute added to transit times through the CBD costs more than 120,000 hours per annum in lost work and leisure time, a $4 million loss. That's an annual cost. Given that we are looking at options, both of which are going to significantly slow traffic, is this cost, as highlighted at a previous consultant, is this cost something that you've considered? And do you think that the cost estimate is reasonable?
It is something we've considered, hence why we made a statement. I can't remember, I think it was in the 20s somewhere around that disruption needs to be thought about by council. I'm not across the detail of that report, but am aware of the issues.
Have we exhausted questions? Not quite. Councillor Walker.
I didn't have any until the previous questioner, actually. I guess the corollary question is, although there might be, in theory, 120k loss per minute of time, but is that not counterbalanced by the potential gains that might accrue to amenity and carbon zero goals?
Correct. In the studies that also point to health benefits of active transport and you know, costs on the health sector.
That appears that we've exhausted questions, and we've got some timing issues. I'm worried. Depends how long we take for the debate. Sorry? It could be long, that's right. So I think it might be good to have a comfort stop for 5 minutes right now. And if do not look into the smoker room. Because it's possible that lunch might be there, then we don't want to start, we don't want to go to lunch. We want to go for a quick walk if you want to get on your feet and be right back in 5 minutes. Seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Away we go. Just 5 minutes. just been waiting to get the resolution on the screen, and because of the screen's playing up a bit, we can't put it there. However, at this stage, I'd like to move that the council endorses the State Highway 1 one-way option, P1, through Dunedin City, and that we note the public realm assessment by JASMAX dated February 2023, and that we note the State Highway 1 Dunedin operational review by WSP, also dated February 23. Do I have a seconder for that? I have Councillor Ackland. Right, so in speaking to this motion and in thinking about this motion, this is a critically important thing for Dunedin, for flow through the city, for business viability of the city, and for jobs in the city, and for interpersonal connections across the city. It really makes a significant difference to how able people are to get across the town, to visit friends, neighbours, relatives, to be in touch with their family members, to minister to people who have need of their services, whether that be health care or spiritual care or environmental care, whatever it might be. There is a significant cost. There is a significant cost with the alternate going to P2V3. So I'd refer you firstly to page 137. And on 137, there is a table there of the one-way versus the two-way plus local road, $18.2 million in direct cost to the DCC. So there's a direct cost to ratepayers by not keeping a one-way system. That's just a straight funding cost. And of course, we heard from Mr. Drew there'd be ongoing operational costs throughout, but that's just a straight upfront cost. Secondly, there'll be an extra cost to the government. So it's not shown in this report, but Mr. Drew talked about the table where they did the comparison of affordability and safety of the two options, but they only scored it 1, 2, or 0, 1, 2. However, if we go into the finer detail of the program business case, which those who were on council a year ago were given, on page 66 of that, it shows there's a much better benefit cost ratio of P1. In fact, that will make a $24 million cost saving to government. So that could be a factor behind Wakata's enthusiasm for a one-way system rather than two-ways. But so there will be a cost saving. Not only will there be a cost saving to ratepayers, but there will be a cost saving to government. And then after that, there's a cost saving in time. If I refer you to page 212, so 212, and of this case that we have here, one of the conclusions on page 212 is that there will be P2V3, there will be an increase from 7 to 15 minutes in transit time across town, which is shocking. If we go back a page 200 to page 211, so just turn over that page that you might be looking at, you can see at the top there, P1, the last line of the block at the top of the page shows that P1 is relatively stable on the network with relatively minor impact on route travel times. So there will be essentially minimal change in transit times by sticking with P1, which is quite an important consideration because we did hear from Councillor Vandevers that $4 million for every minute extra that it takes, and that's on an annual basis. So that's a very significant reason why we should not be going with 2V3. So that was cost and time. There's also cost and frustration. If we look at page 188, there is a further table, and there's quite exhaustive analysis through this business case. Exhaustive analysis, page 88. Scenario, in the PM peak period, right in the middle of the page, P2V3 can only accommodate 85% of the total future baseline demand. So in other words, it can only carry 85% of the traffic. And coming to the next point, the cost of livability, if we look at page 105, as pointed out by Councillor O'Malley, you can see the amount of traffic on that page. With 2 lanes of traffic, the traffic will be packed very tightly, given that it will only take, that road will only take 85% of the demand. So that road will be packed with cars and trucks and what have you as tightly as possible. And that is a pretty dangerous scenario. And the inevitable frustration of having to make an exit off that road from the middle of the road, as you can see there in the diagram, is likely to induce head-on collisions. And to my final point, there's also a cost to life and limb. So furthermore, in the fine-grained detail of the earlier program business case, the death and serious injury index, in the comparison between 2v3 versus one-way, the one-way was 30% better. It was 30% favourable. So in other words, the chances of having death and serious injury accidents on a 2v3 system versus the one-way system is 30% greater. So this, you can forget about, is it nice to have and amenity values compared to people will be dying if we change that road to two-way. And that is the more fine-grained detailed that you can read if you have a copy of the program business case, or look it up online, page 95. The death and serious injury index is 30% better for sticking with the one-way. So certainly that's plenty enough to convince me that that is the way we should be going, to keep the flow within the town, to keep the livability in the town, to keep the town safer, and to keep the costs to ratepayers down. So, who are my speakers? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the option that's up there, and I look at why we're doing this, which is the key thing. What has changed? And Councillor Vandervis mentioned earlier about that there's no option there for do nothing. But I think when we look at the report here, it says the current built environment along the state highway corridor is poor with negative noise, amenity, safety and congestion effects. And what is happening is there's a great big hospital going in the middle, and this is the reason why we are looking at making these decisions. The key point about this is it's required to ensure the environment surrounding the new Dunedin Hospital is safe and welcoming, particularly for vulnerable visitors and patients. And we've talked a lot about the cars on the road, but we also need to talk about the safety to the people walking to and from the hospital, which will be quite significant. And when we look at the different business cases or the different options, it is clear that the option one provides the most safety, the most amenity, etc. The reason that I voted to look at the business case for the two-way was to almost force Waka Kotahi to actually have another look at this area. And yes, there's lots of lovely pictures, and we've seen the lovely pictures around the cycleway that we didn't get the amenities that we like. So we very clearly want to say to Waka Kotahi, please put those amenities in. There's also quite a significant cost, I think, as we've all pointed out. If we took up the two-way ourselves, we would have to be responsible for the 18.2 million plus all the ongoing costs there. And the other option is a zero option, but something needs to be done. And in this case, keeping the one-ways and upgrading all of those amenities right through the centre of our city and making them much better for both the cars, but particularly the pedestrians and vulnerable people going to the hospital is very important. So I will be supporting this option.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
If we look at the ODT front page of just Friday, it says all traffic options would reduce parking. In fact, there are two traffic options here, and yes, they reduce parking, and in my view, for no good reason. The consultants, Jasmax, that have obviously been paid a small fortune to produce this massive load of documentation, especially around a two-way system which should never have even been thought of, let alone seriously entertained. These consultants, JASMAX, have come up with this bizarre and, in my view, utterly deluded idea, and they've highlighted it in the front of the ODT, quoting JASMAX as saying, "The majority of patients, people with disabilities, elderly, children, whānau, and visitors will access the hospital as pedestrians." Unbelievable. It's concepts and assumptions like that that produce these incredibly expensive and bizarre considerations of, for instance, two-way traffic. For many years, our one-way separated cycleway has been an abject, unused failure. This...
Sorry, point of order. 25.2 section misrepresentation. The one-way cycleways are not misused. They're not used. That's just an absolute misrepresentation of those facilities.
I'm happy to withdraw and simply substitute underused.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
I have argued against this concept from Waka Kotahi, then NZTA, since 2012, where they claimed they were going to put a separated cycleway up the one-way street system and that it was going to get significant use. And all the years since, all the argument about build it and they will come, the evidence plainly before us is that they haven't come. It is underused. And if you look at the really successful part of the one-way street system, it is the 3 lanes that run between the Chinese Garden and the Oval. This is the section of the one-way street system that has long proved itself to be uncongested. There's parking available on both sides, and there's no cycleway there, and it's no coincidence. This is plainly the model that we should have for the entire one-way street system. There is absolutely uncongested traffic flow there at all times, including peak times, and this is what I believe we should recognise and make the rest of the one-way system that way if we are to change anything at all. I think that in terms of today's report, our only real option, given that there hasn't been a specific do-nothing option, is to vote against both of the traffic options that will reduce parking and that will not give us any increased traffic flow through the one-way street system. I urge councillors to vote against both of the options in front of us, as they are simply car cancelling Waka Kotahi options. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
In the absence of nobody else wanting to speak. Okay, I'll start by saying that I'll point out the obvious to the previous speaker that the roading system is vastly underused between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. every day. But the conclusion I got when I read these papers, I think I mentioned it earlier, was they're difficult, and what I got out of them was whatever we do, things are going to be messy, actually. And I think if Dunedinites think there's congestion there, they ain't seen nothing yet. But as the saying goes, you can't make omelettes without breaking eggs. And let's be very clear that the 2 options under consideration today do not include no change or the status quo. And I say that because I think there is a misconception out there in the public that the status quo is an option. The recommended option P1 does retain the current existing one-way configuration, but comes with speed limit reductions in the central city, a bunch of amenity and active improvements, but also a reduction in parking. It is not what we have now, it is not the status quo. But even with a number of as yet unknown amenity and active mode improvements, I will not support this option for a number of reasons, and I'm sure that will come as no surprise to many around this table. With the hospital development in our city about to commence, we are about to embark on the biggest build and one of the biggest changes in our city centre has ever seen, actually. In essence, a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rethink how the centre of our city functions for those who live, work and play here now and who will do so into a different and ever-changing future. This council already has policies and aspirations around carbon zero 2030, our integrated transport strategy, on travel choices around connected communities, not to mention mine and indeed council's ambition and desire around better amenity and livability for all Dunedinites. These policies and aspirations are something at the very heart of this very council's strategic goal to be one of the world's great small cities. P1, the recommended option, fails against P2, V3 and all those aspirations I've just listed, including going against the recommendations identified by the Health Impact Assessment. P1's advantages rely heavily on better travel time differentials and less technical challenges. In terms of better travel times, let's remember we are talking about Otapoti, Dunedin here, not Los Angeles, not London, not Beijing. For a vast majority of the day, outside of peak travel times, it will make little difference to drivers, particularly even when the suite of projects under the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Programme come on stream. During peak travel times, the modelling does indicate increased travel times for P2, V3 if it was progressed, but as has happened elsewhere in the world, and as I mentioned earlier, creating slightly less friendly driving environments is precisely the sort of lever that impels some to leave their vehicles at home and utilise other modes of transport, whether it be walking, busing, biking, car sharing, etc., particularly if the above-ground environment is an attractive place for those who want to use other modes, if that's a possibility. And I think we've talked about some of the indicative drawings, and it does worry me that some of the stuff we're seeing now might not come to fruition. Listen, I ran last October to run for this council and had 5 core priorities, 3 of which were zero carbon 2030, mode shift, public transport, walking and cycling, and vibrant people-focused city centres. Option 1 on the table in front of us does not support any of those priorities in the way option 2 does, so I cannot vote in favour of it. And I find it ironic that we're campaigning to make sure the Dunedin Hospital is the facility that Dunedin deserves. We are probably right that cutbacks we're fighting against will shortchange the community for generations to come. But health outcomes don't begin and end at the hospital entrance. Our transport network is also critical health infrastructure, and climate change is absolutely a public health issue. I sense the mood around the table is for supporting option 1, so I will most certainly be watching like a hawk as we progress the next stage of the business case process, so that I'm convinced that not only flexibility is incorporated into any future design as promised, but that public realm and mode shift opportunities can be further enhanced, and of course, most importantly, safety outcomes along the state highway system can be progressed in a way that does not put lives at risk. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've struggled with this because the two, as we know, come up in a similar way on most of the factors. And as I said in the briefing with Waka Kotahi, it is my view, as Councillor Walker has mentioned, that most of the community who gave a comment or expressed their view around the one-way, two-way think that saying we want to keep the one-way means it's going to be as it is. It is not. And I note that the one-way option that we're looking at today is with enhancements. What I'm really pleased to see is that our Council's resolution of the 14th of December 2021, when we asked that the 2.3, and I can never remember the jolly figures on that, P2, V3, the two-way option as a basis for discussions. So the resolution was supports Programme 2 version 3 being advanced as the basis for future discussion, noting the city's desire for placemaking to be considered in transport infrastructure design. That has had the desired effect. And we've heard that Waka Kotahi took note of that, went back to the drawing board and did some further work. So I'm pleased to see that. one of the other issues is the lack of comms from Waka Kotahi around what the one-way system means in terms of the enhancements, in terms of the community. So I am heartened by the addition of amenity, but I do share Councillor Walker's concerns about whether that will actually be borne out eventually, given our experience with the cycleways. I do note too that the more expensive option was the P2V3, and Waka Kotahi's opting for the less expensive option, and I do worry about that, because our people and their safety should always be at the focus of this. And I was pleased to hear that the speed limit reduction, and I would suggest to you, most of the community, you don't quite understand that as well. The speed limit reduction will go ahead in some form or other, because that will certainly help, and we know all the figures about pedestrian versus car. At 30 kilometres, you have a better chance of survival than at 50 or whatever. And as I say that, I think of a horrific accident some years ago with a pedestrian and a truck, and I can still remember the impact of that on people in this community. The capacity issues are concerning, and be aware, all of us, that this is not going to solve our capacity issues. And while we're talking about that, I was fascinated this morning around the peaks that the staff spoke of. I was comparing notes with Councillor Benson Pope, who'd come in a little earlier than I and had a long wait to get down Portsmouth Drive, as it happened. That's the route I take most days. And when I came along sort of 20 minutes later, there were virtually no cars on the road at all. So it's very much that peak in the morning and the peak at night that are important. We need to just remember this is part of a whole suite, a whole package of projects that we are doing in council, and it's got to be part of the package, and we have influence over some and we don't have influence over others. I don't think there's a guarantee, but I can't say strongly enough how important it is to me that we have that flexibility in there that's mentioned on page 61, and it's paragraph 25, around the possibility of altering it in the future. So the DCC staff is requesting a flexibility is incorporated into the design such that the state highway configuration could be reconsidered in the future. And I say that because further down in the discussion paper we see that in fact Waka Kotahi may change its policies, and that's a fact of life with different governments at different times and funding. The two-way is very attractive to me because of the livability, placemaking, travel choice, carbon zero and connectivity. And let's not underestimate livability. And I take issue with what Mr Mayor said around that being a nice to have. We've heard about recruitment in the hospital system. So I'm wanting to listen to the rest of the argument before I vote, but I would want that guarantee in there.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. I will be supporting this option that's up there, and I would personally rather we didn't do anything, but clearly with a hospital build in the middle of the city, we do need to accommodate that, and Waka Kotahi are making it very clear they want change. So we've got to look at some options, and out of the two, I think this is the better option. I've listened and heard some of the concerns that others have raised, and I just wanted to look at option P23. Of course, that would cost, some of the councillors have said, oh, we should do that for all these reasons. One of them is 18.2 million it will cost us to do that, and council would have to pay towards that, pay that amount. Now that comes out of ratepayers' pockets, plus the flow of the traffic is going to be slowed right down to almost 15 minutes of a difference with P23, and the impact that will have on our city is massive. I've had concerns about this for a while with the changes we're making on George Street and then the impact on what this could do, you know, the combination of the two. And I've also got concerns around what, you know, if all traffic is congested, which we've been told on numerous occasions, there's, no matter what we do, there's going to be disruption. Is that what does that do to your environment and your carbon levels if you have traffic sitting there idling all the time? I mean, anyone can tell you it's going to mean there's a lot more carbon emissions in our environment, and it's going to increase them. It's not going to lower them. While I love the enthusiasm of councillors around here, and I feel the same about trying to help our climate and all the rest of it, what we need is a better public transport system. We have a disconnect at the moment, in my opinion. The ORC run the buses. We don't have a say in what's happening with the public transport. I would really love us to see us having a passenger rail service as well. Problem is, we make decisions like this, and then there's no backup with a really good world-class, because we want to be the best small city in the world. We do not have a world-class public transport system, but we're going to be closing down streets, lowering speed, you know, impacting the way people can flow around our city, but there's not a lot to fall back on for other options. We're trying to force people to look at other, more people-friendly alternatives that, you know, there's not, well, there's buses, but as we know, they've had major issues. They haven't even been able to get drivers. The people have complained regularly. There's been letters in the editor all the time. They go to get a bus, the buses don't turn up. There's so many issues with public transport. We need to look at improving that first, before shutting down all the roads or slowing down all the roads in our city. But out of the two, I will be voting for this. I also want to say around the safety, if people have concerns about being run over on a road, I suggest they stick to the footpath. Walking on the road is not a good idea. Obviously, if you're crossing, that's fine. You cross at the lights. You know, I mean, some of these things really, people talk about, you know, the safety. I mean, people need to be able to flow through our city and get home, get out of work and get home. We've got areas that are people friendly. The whole of George Street is going to be like that, where cars and people can walk. But we have to have some common sense that our city can flow. And I think the public will just go crazy if we can gist it right up to the Holt. And I just, it's worrying.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I was waiting to last. Second last, you have the right of reply. Transport systems that are exclusively car-based have dominated transport planning from the post-World War II era into the modern era now, and you can see that in how cities are laid out, how big block designs are and other such things. And in the most extreme, there's not even footpaths beside those roads. But in the last 20 years, and especially in the last decade, there's been increased emphasis on public transport and active transport in transport planning. And these are to address primarily health and livability, as well as addressing peak demand issues at the top of the demand cycle of the system. And if we were to continue to give powered vehicular transportation the sole consideration for design, we won't be addressing peak demand at all. And what you end up doing is you're designing more and more roads that can take more and more cars, but you're not starting to address the actual issue of what are you going to do with a properly integrated transport system. So we really can't keep continuing on that path, because if we do, with 2.5% increase in registered vehicles in the city, we will start seeing those peak demand times get to the point where even on the existing structure we'll end up running into failure. So there are multiple things going on at the same time. And in as much as one needs to be done ahead of the other or vice versa, we have an issue that we're facing right now, I think, is that our public transport system is not yet sufficiently in place to deal with peak demand very well. And so until we've got that in place, if we were to deliberately down-tune State Highway 1 without the public transport support in it, I think we would end up with a pretty bad outcome, to be honest. But I do note that the 2v3 has been touted as increasing livability. I am actually having trouble coming to terms with that statement, especially when you look at Castle Street and what that would look like. I don't really think that's going to look that great, and snarled up traffic for 30, 40 minutes at peak demand times is again not conducive to good livability. So I feel that this option is actually a good compromise for where we are at the moment with our transport systems. We need to get this bit done, and then we need to round back around to, and we are rounding back around to it, to our public transport offering and actually getting that conversion, because all of this planning, regardless this or 1 or 2v3, they're all predicated on the fact that we're still going to have to get conversion of people out of cars into public transport, and we still are targeting a 40% conversion over the next, say, 20 to 30 years. So we have to keep focusing on that. I think the amenity outcome of this is substantially better than it was when it was first imposed, first suggested, and I completely agree that, well, I would like to lay claim to the fact that amendment that we put forward in December of 2021, that resolution, the amendment, I asked it to be amended to include as a basis for future discussion in the resolution, and this made it all the way back to the Board of Waka Kotahi, this resolution, and it had the desired outcome, which is that the redesign of the one-way system as I've designed it has been designed to try to get as much livability outcomes as you can in that environment. And I would say now they've come very close to what the other one was claiming to be able to achieve. So I don't think we've given that much up. And I think it's pretty clear to say that all of us will be watching to make sure that the layout looks like what was in the concept designs. So because if we don't get that, then it is a waste of time. So I'm pretty sure they will deliver. And I agree with Councillor Gary, because I've said it myself. The original plan looked like it was trying to fit inside a limited budget. And that's especially true for something which we're not deciding today, but we're very dependent on, and that is the harbour arterial. That's still underfunded. But I think that what's happened is Waka Kotahi, and I take my hat off to them, they have come back to the table in all earnestness and have come back with what they are trying to do is the best design for what we have asked for. And so I'm going to be voting for this because I really do think this is the best we can do at the moment for where we are, and it's not inconsistent with our trajectory as to where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think whatever happens here, provided we do watch with an eagle eye the delivery of undertakings and promises, and actually have some enforcement, much promised, not delivered, in what is a very unfriendly environment right now. And I say that from traversing both directions of it on foot this morning, and I certainly challenge the statements that were made earlier about accessing the hospital and associated buildings by foot. Most people, when they get out of vehicles, become pedestrians and will access the hospital in that way for that very reason, which is a very dangerous and unpleasant experience in many parts of that network at the moment. I think this is supporting this motion in this form is a missed opportunity. I find it very difficult to get past the unequivocal statements that were confirmed by staff about the areas where P2 version 3 two-way option is preferable. I know there are challenges about that in terms of configuration, and there would be more work needed to make sure that there is no downside, or the downside is limited. But nonetheless, I think it's an opportunity that we should be following. So I won't be supporting this. Whatever happens, though, clearly the promised improvements and changes to the current configuration are desirable. The statements made in the report about the improvement of the cycleways are more than welcome, with the actual physical vertical separation ensuring greater cycle safety. But as I say, the original health impact assessment is one of the things that is foremost in my mind, and that those people who use that environment and were consulted independently as part of the hospital's own research processes are quite clear on what their preference is, and it's certainly mine as well.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. A lot of really good points around the table this morning in this discussion, and obviously it's been going for quite some time. I guess for me, the one thing I look at is the one-way system does work for Dunedin. And it's extremely important that the flow of the one-way is retained. So I'll be supporting the P1 option, the option on the screen. We also need to factor in, you know, the one-way system's been in place for over 55 years now. Many businesses have been established to accommodate the current one-way system. The motels, restaurants, cafes, petrol stations all rely on this through traffic for egress. To change that process or the model of operation and how these businesses operate would be a huge slap in the face for them, in my opinion. I'm going to go back to some ODT articles from last year. April. A survey of Business South members showed an 87% preference for retaining the pair of the one-way routes. Grey Power President Joe Miller, who's still in our public forum or audience in the back, said a petition called for attention to the one-way system would be presented. It attracted 750 signatures at last count. In other ODT articles in the first half of last year, Mr Budd and the AA surveyed its Otago members in 2021. 75% of respondents wanted to keep the one-way system. Several surveys, including one for Waka Kotahi in 2020, indicated strong resistance from the public to significant change. Let's also note that we are talking about a decision affecting traffic movement from the Oval through to the Botanical Gardens, not just around the hospital system or the proposed hospital build. I hear about P2 version 3 has an improved around the wellbeing factors versus program 1. But for the life of me, can anybody explain to me how there's going to be a decrease in the quality of environment around the Otago Museum if we look at the P3, P4 version in front of us and we go, okay, this is what's going to, if we look at the P2 version 3 in front of us, we go, let's see what happens between the Otago Museum and the University of Otago. This will be our main arterial route in and out of the city. Think of those big trucks passing each other, going back and forth, north and south, between that area. Are you telling me that there's going to be a greater amenity value and improvement of well-being around the university? I don't believe so. If this passes, this will be a strong direction on the future of road movements and traffic movements and flow for the city. And I think it's important we look at the flow of the city. Yes, there's a lot more that Waka Kotahi could do for our city, and they could take a more direct approach about assisting us improving traffic flow and people flow, whether it's on bikes or whether it's pedestrianisation. So I think at the same time we're looking at this motion, we need to continue challenging Waka Kotahi. But at the end of the day, the motion's in front of us, and the other part that I like is that there's no direct cost to the ratepayers of Dunedin.
Very good. I think we've exhausted speakers. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It certainly has been interesting discussion, and I do think that pretty much everybody has strong points for the way in which they see things. The way that I see things is that it would be totally wrong to go ahead with an option that we know is going to congest our thoroughfares. And P2V3, to be able to cater for 85% of future baseline demand, I think would be basically irresponsible. This particular option, I don't believe that, sorry, I'm still in the old-fashioned mode, the New Zealand Transport Agency are looking for the cheap option. The reason this is cheaper is because there's a heck of a lot less to do. And I think that's one of the big rationales behind the pricing. And obviously for us as a council, there's no cost to us because both roads are remaining a state highway. Go to P2V3, then we've got a new local road, a very long new local road coming in, obviously with huge cost to convert that, and then of course the ongoing upkeep. So I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody has said, but ultimately this option is focusing on safety. It is keeping our travel time through the central part of the city as quick as it possibly can be. It is cost effective. I'm a little bit concerned about the loss of parking, but whichever way we go, that's going to happen. And the talk of public transport, well, yeah, we do have a problem with public transport, and we just obviously haven't got the right sort of system in place for our city as yet. But whatever is to come in the future, it's still going to need vehicular access to move around the city. So again, as I said before, I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody has said. I support this because I think this is the sensible option. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to again thank the staff, Mr Drew and Ms Benson, for their excuse me, for their patience and answering the questions that we had this morning, and of course all the ongoing work in the background and that of Mr Sargent as well. I'm not going to be supporting this motion. For me, the key difference between the two options is that of climate change. And it's all very well to talk about how old the state highway system is and all that stuff. But as far as I'm concerned, we took a climate emergency declaration in 2019, and I think, in my opinion, we have to be seen to be doing everything that we can to invest in the future. This is not about the current generation of drivers or what have you. This is about making space for the generations to come. The young people who may not ever have a driving license or a car or own a car. So this is why I won't be supporting this motion. And I agree with Councillor Benson Pope when he says that climate change is a health issue, is a public health issue. And I just want to make a comment about the statement that was made about telling pedestrians to stick to public footpaths. We had an accident, a fatal fatality, where a pedestrian was killed, and he was crossing the pedestrian crossing, and I just want to acknowledge all those whānau who've lost people because they were doing as pedestrians do.
Very good. I think everyone's spoken who's wanted to speak. We're done. Okay. Okay, so in excess, Councillor Lucas has not put a hand up. So just give her a second, but no. So in my address, making my right of reply, I'd like to start with Joe Miller from Grey Power, who came here this morning and has been a constant advocate for retaining the one-way provision through Dunedin. And she represents a sizable demographic in this city, and not to mention a sizable organisation, Grey Power, that is also very strong in this city. And so I think it is beholden on us as councillors and representatives of the whole city, not just the minor sector groups, but of the whole city, to listen to what our community is telling. And one of the things they told that Joe Miller mentioned, and did not get re-mentioned by Councillor Wiley, so I'll bring it up again, that 90% of the largest poll that was taken about the one-way system chose to keep the one-way system. They voted to keep the one-way system. And that's 90% of that cross-section of community. Done as the Otago Daily Times did that, and it was much larger than any other survey conducted over this period. So I think it is beholden on us, as I say, to listen to the community. The reduction in speed it might come down to 40 kilometres an hour, but currently the average speed of vehicles along our one-way system is 37 kilometres an hour. So that will actually make no difference to transit times across town, and but it might serve to limit the higher speeds that some people might exercise when they are able. As it is now, the one-way system does carry a lot of traffic and will continue to do so, but at least it will be able to carry it, whereas 2v3 is simply unable. 85%, despite all of the mode shift that has been included in the calculations and expectations of the modelers, 85% is as good as it gets. And that is a real disaster, because the one-way system connects Dunedin. It connects it socially, financially, economically, but also regionally. You know, connects us for all that through traffic, and to get from the centre of Dunedin out to provincial areas. It makes that transition across town possible and feasible, but also deliveries around town. So it is really important for the commerce and for jobs within the city. And certainly I have spoken to very many people that go across town to visit friends and relatives, so they are very anxious to retain that connectability. And as for the livability, some people have spoken about the livability. I think there's no more graphic an illustration than what has been supplied to us today. If you compare page 99 with the trees, amenities and parking that you have there, as well as double cycle lanes and plenty of pedestrian space, and compare that with page 105, which is fully congested with cars going in two directions, and no cycle lanes. I think your answer lies there simply in those images, because to me, you know, getting across town and being able to do things and conduct, you know, normal life in the town is a big significant part of livability. So it's not just about having a whole lot of trees in the neighbourhood. It's about being able to do what you want to do and go and see whom you want to see. So I think P1 gives us a lot more livability and gives us far greater amenity, and that is mentioned in the report. So I also take a bit of issue with that HIA, which is a purely subjective assessment by a bunch of selected people, 66 only, and they were selected for the purpose. Now, they came up with their opinions on what will be better for health outcomes. There's no measurable data in what was produced. And compare that to the Death and Serious Injury Index, which is actually based on measurable data and genuine research over a long period of time, categorically showing that the P2V3 is 30% more dangerous, more likely to cause death or serious injury than P1. That is a very significant factor in my opinion. So let's not be creators of congestion. Let's listen to our community and focus on flow. I'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso. No. Councillor Lucas. Can you hear us, Councillor Lucas?
Can you hear us, Councillor Lucas? Take it as an aye. Nod your head if you're happy. Nod your head if you're happy that's an aye.
Aye. Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 10-5.
Thank you. Then on that note, we'll go for lunch. Thank you. Yes. I'll move we go for
an error on my part in paragraph 11. The $140,000 saving is actually $140,000 if we get all the poles for free from Aurora. The cost difference between brought Pinus radiata pines and the Australian hardwood poles is actually $95,000. Other than that, happy to take as read.
Just to clarify that, it would cost $95,000 more to get pine radiata pines, radiata poles rather than free poles.
That maths, then it's $45,000 more to get pine poles in lieu of free poles. Is that right? Yeah.
Right. And the difference is about $90,000 between radiata and hardwood.
Correct, just showing you how expensive the hardwood poles are.
Yeah, so you got 0, 40 for radiata and then 140 for hardwood, new hardwood.
Correct.
Yeah, so you got free hardwood for 0, $40,000 for pine, and then $140,000 for new hardwood.
About that, about $45,000 for the pine, but
right
of that order.
Righto, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Gary.
I have a number, and some to ask you and some the Chief, actually. So I got a little confused around the mention of the 1990 design. When I was looking at, we were sent the Moynihan report, which I know isn't part of this, but we were sent it in the weekend. And it talks about other dates, so I just want to be really sure what we're talking about, because I see it's single row that's being suggested and 1919. Is that correct? Have I got that correct? As opposed to a double and 1921.
That's correct. It's a single row of piles. As you may recall from the previous meeting, the 2 rows of piles were built as a construction methodology technique. So they had a platform built in between them that the digger used to go out into the surf. So I don't know the difference between 1919 and 1921.
Okay, thank you for that. Downside of using the Pinus, apart from the cost, are there any comparisons around? I'm assuming the Australian hardwood would last longer.
Yeah, that's correct. The risk of Pinus radiata, it's softwood, and they could snap off in a larger weather event.
And I wondered if you'd have any comments around the trial aspect. I saw the words easily removed. I'm not aware. Maybe you have some awareness of a scenario where trial groins have been put in and taken away. I haven't been able to find anything out about that at all. But can you just talk to the easily removed part of it?
Easily removed, I guess, is in reference to other options for a groin. So if we were to build a rock groin, the poles could be removed more easily than removing all of the rock.
Thank you. And this is for the Chief, I believe, around, or whoever would like to answer it, non-notified, notified. Did I understand it was pretty unlikely that it would be non-notified if we were to follow a consenting pathway?
We won't know the answer to that until the ORC have considered any application, but the advice suggests that given the level of public interest, it would be limited notified or notified most likely.
And would there be another pre-application meeting with the ORC prior to lodging a resource consent?
We'd follow the ORC standard process, which would include any number of meetings, I suspect.
And my final question to the Chief, how much have we spent on this already? The certificate of compliance?
I don't know. I don't think we've had the bill from Anderson Lloyd yet for that work, unless Mr. Drew knows.
No, but it'd be less than $10,000.
I wouldn't want to guess on what that is, because there was also that initial legal advice. So I wouldn't want to guess, and I'm sorry I don't have that information.
And there weren't any costs from ORC, from what I could see?
No.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions. My first question is, what is the budget for the St Clair St Kilda coastal plan?
So I don't have those figures.
My next question is on page 230. There is talks about it could be localised erosion downstream of the groins, and I just wanted to understand what localised erosion downstream of the groin may occur mean. Like, where is downstream? Is it in the ocean bed, or is it part of the dunes?
So previous advice from coastal engineers talk about groins normally being employed in a longshore drift application, so it's where the sediment is moving downstream all the time, and you get accretion on one side, and then that results on erosion on the other side, because you're not replenishing the other side. So in this environment, I guess there's two predominant coastal processes: the southwest flow predominantly in winter, and so that would create, if there was erosion, then it would be on the Kettle Park side. Then conversely in summer it's more northeasterly pattern, and so it'd be the opposite in summer.
I guess my concern is around the Kettle Park landfill, and if there's more erosion caused to the beach on that side, would that affect the landfill?
Yeah, potentially. That's one of the risks that has been identified with a groin.
Just want to ask some questions about the St Clair St Kilda coastal plan. We adopted it in 22nd of February 22, and I'm just wondering, there was quite an amount of work that was going to be done after that, and I just wonder where that's got to, because there was supposed to be coastal modelling to support and assessing management plan, seawall risk assessment, ongoing beach monitoring, ongoing monitoring of the seawall and geobags, and then looking at a number of options, new and upgraded seawall, sand retention and nourishment, offshore structures, a coastal setback. And I wonder where that work is. We haven't had a report back to council yet about that?
No, that's correct. So we had a vacancy in the coastal engineer space for some time. We've now filled that vacancy, and that individual's been in the role for about 6 months and is taking that time to understand the program of work. We have recently completed some Kettle Park investigations, and so waiting for reports on that. And Raphael, the new coastal engineer, is just putting together an updated project plan to progress that work, and he's been dealing with some reactive stuff, in particular the erosion and the sand sausages have taken up some of his attention.
So when I asked earlier about the budget, do we just have one FTE working on the St Kilda, St Clair coastal plan?
Yeah, that's correct. There's one coastal engineer, but supported by other staff in the Transport Department and Parks and Recreation Department.
And I can provide that budget information from the LTP. So I'm assuming that it hasn't changed. There's $119,000 in renewals capital and $4.2 million in new capital over the period of the 10-year plan.
And there's also some operational budgets, which I just don't have to hand, for progressing some of the work you just talked about.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. There's some advantages and disadvantages here, and some of the disadvantages are that that the work on the St Clair St Kilda coastal plan would be delayed while staff work to consent and construct a trial groin. So I want to understand what the opportunity cost is if council were to agree to construct a trial groin, then what gets missed out? We've got quite a substantial plan that's supposed to be done, and would work be prioritised away from all of the other things like investigating the Kettle Park dump, etc., the offshore structures, the coastal setback, the beach monitoring. What was the other one that I was really concerned about? The seawall risk assessment, all of that kind of work.
No, we wouldn't delay the seawall risk assessment. Largely that's very specialist technical skill set, so we would need to engage a consultant to do majority of that work. It's more along the lines of assessing the groin, doing some of the modelling against offshore structures, break walls, those kind of examples, and what construction methodologies you could use for a groin or an off-wall sand pumping. Those kind of things would be one of the things that would be at risk. And we would like to progress the work around the remediating the dune crest, which has some of that kind of rock and rubble from previous activities in there. So we'd try to keep that work going as well, plus understanding what the Kettle Park landfill investigation shows, so that we can inform long-term plan discussions.
I think the point through the chair that there is one dedicated person in this space who is a technical coastal specialist, and if we were required to use his skills as part of the application for the groin, then he wouldn't be able to apply his skills to some of those other things at the same time.
So would there be an option where we would be able to put in more funding so the rest of the plan got carried out?
We could, but I think Mr. Drew mentioned that it had taken quite some time to fill that role, and these kind of specialists are really difficult to find.
So my next question is just around experts on groins, because there appear to be many on different aspects of groins, and this report is just 15 pages long, and I can't see expert opinion in here. I noticed that Manawhina would say that in the absence of any scientific or engineering advice, and I just wonder if there is scientific and engineering advice available in the world to help us make this decision that could come back in another report, or because part of the coastal plan talks about coastal modelling to support in assessing management options, and I haven't seen that.
There's been a previous report to council, I think in the previous triennium, that did provide some advice around that, and it talked about when groins function and when they don't function. So apologies, we're working on the assumption that the majority of councillors were aware of that report. But broadly, the St Clair St Kilda Coastal Plan was to look in further detail at groins with particular respect to St Clair and St Kilda, not more generic stuff around groins.
And we would only prepare the very detailed technical advice around this if we were progressing to the next stage of consent. And so that's where we're seeking some direction, because it would be a lot of work to do on something and a lot of cost that we didn't want to commit to without a clear direction from council.
Just one final question on the St Kilda, St Clair Coastal Plan. It talks about the key decisions and the priorities, and the first priority is addressing the landfill at Kettle Park, which is a reflection of a risk-based approach to prioritising action at this stage. So I really want to be clear in my understanding that Kettle Park, which is the most risky thing, is being addressed as a priority.
Yes, that's something we've prioritised with a new coastal resource.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. My first question, I think, has been addressed by Councillor Barker's question, which is where are we with the St Clair St Kilda Coastal Plan? My second question goes back, I guess, to Councillor Gary's question around the words easily removable, which also made me a wee bit uncomfortable. Is the easily removable talking about the physical removability or the RMA difficulties or otherwise of doing something in the coastal marine area?
The report's referring to the physical removal of the groin.
And just so I'm clear, and everyone is clear, from my reading, the indicative cost is between 345, I think it was, and about $750,000. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
Final question is, I'm just wondering, again, going back to the St Clair-St Kilda Coastal Plan, and I think I've referred to it for page 31, where I just wonder if this analysis in there hasn't changed. And I'll quote it where it talks about groins, because it doesn't disclude groins actually as an option, but it says multiple groins likely to be required to retain sufficient sand. Alternatively, large import sand volume and periodic top-up would be expensive and disruptive. That hasn't changed?
No, that's the technical advice that was received by the team during that part of the process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Following on a bit from that, at previous meetings, Tom, sorry, I can't remember his last name, but, sorry?
Simon Smith.
Simon Smith, no, Tom.
Simon Smith.
What? Tom Simon Smith. Was that his last name, Simon Smith? Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's unusual. Anyway, all right, thank you, Tom. Is that he had mentioned he would not rule out, and actually Councillor Walker's sort of mentioned it anyway, but that groins were something he would certainly not rule out as putting into the St Clair-St Kilda coastal plan. So when there was mentioned previously about maybe work could be delayed if they're working on that, it's fair to say that a groin or groins are something that were going to be considered anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, a groin is one of the management options for that part of the coast and has been identified in the St Clair-St Kilda coastal plan, yes.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, the Kettle Park investigations report. I know you say it's on its way. Do we know roughly how long that's going to take before we get to see that?
Yeah, we have had a draft. We're hoping for the final version within maybe the next month.
Thank you. Another question for you. I keep calling them worms, the sausages. Roughly, do you have an indication as to what cost is spent on those per annum to maintain them, to fix them when some muppet has gone through with a Stanley knife, that sort of thing?
I think we reported on the last meeting an average of $45,000 or $50,000 per year has been spent on them.
Thank you. Last one is on a little bit around the trial period. First of all, do we have an idea on what length of time the trial period would cover?
I think 5 years has been proposed by a number of people.
Lovely, thank you. And the last question is on page, whatever page I'm on now, 229, number 15. Legal advice is that consenting a groin on a trial basis is likely to have a higher chance of success. Higher chance of success than zero is still not huge. Do we have an indication as to how likely it is from the discussions with the ORC?
We haven't had that discussion with the ORC. We had the discussion about certificate of compliance.
Then from the legal advice, have they given any indication as to, in terms of reference?
No, but you've seen the legal advice.
Yes, but also not being part of some of the discussions, didn't know whether... My concern is that, as I say, a higher chance than zero still isn't much, whereas if it's you're more likely than 70%, then it's a slightly different discussion.
Lawyers will never give you that answer. They will work to, if we instruct that we want to put in an application for a groin, they will work and do their very best to ensure that it's successful.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if you could outline Mr. Kia Mariani's background. Is he a coastal geomorphologist, and does he have local research experience in the coastal area?
Who? Sorry, I missed that name. Yes. So he very similar to Tom Simon Smith, a coastal geomorphologist, studied at Otago University.
And I think I saw he was involved in research with Tom Simon Smith as well. Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm looking at the report on page, paragraph 17, page 229. In your paragraph 17, and you talk about an existing Sinclair groin. I was bemused by this because, as far as the ORC is concerned, there isn't one. So, do you want to modify what is in that report?
I guess the way this was written and how we were trying to interpret what council may like was to do this with some urgency, so and not going through iterations of is it this kind of groin or that kind of groin means we can proceed.
Simon, I think the question is, we talk about existing groin. Look, I think our position and was that we were looking for an application to replace the existing groin, and that was the council position. The ORC didn't agree with it, but that was our position, and we've just kept that in this report.
My concern is the use of a phrase that refers to an existing Sinclair groin when there clearly isn't any such thing. And I don't think perpetuating a fantasy contributes to a logical debate about the issues here.
Understood. We can update that existing Sinclair groin design, I think, is the intent. Yeah, agreed.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Councillor Hurley.
Well, I think it's clear that, isn't it, wouldn't you say it's clear in the report that when it's referring to existing groin, I mean, we all know that there was an existing groin there, and so we can picture that. So it's the ability to picture what was there before. You can argue whether the existing groin is still actually there, but I think, is it fair to say the report is using that wording as existing groin so people can visualise what it could be like as an example of the existing groin, because we all know what the existing groin looked like.
Just to clarify, option 1, the intent of paragraph 17 was using the existing St Clair groin design, so the original 1919 design.
I'll just ask a question. Are there any poles remaining in the ground? Are there any remnants of the 1955, 1921 groin still remaining on the beach at St Clair? In the beach at St Clair?
Yes, when there has been a large weather event, you can see the remnants of the bases of the poles.
So they're poles from the groin?
Correct.
So it would be perfectly reasonable to say that, talk about the groin that's still, the bits of the groin that are still there. Thank you. Councillor Milling.
Thank you. I want to follow up on Councillor Benson Pope's question. And I had the joy of reading the RPC last night, the Regional Policy Coastal, because I wanted to go through the ORC letter. And one of the things that I found pertinent, and it's touched in the letter, and I just want to clarify that, in fact, I'm interpreting this correctly. 7.5.1.2 of the plan says that any use of activity occupying Crown land within Otago's coastal area on September 30th, 91 which is not authorised by deemed coastal permit under section 348 of the Act, is a permitted activity for a period of 2 years, which meant to 1993. And then when you go to the explanation note, it says in the explanation note that if you have not got a permit by 1993, then that's it. There are no permits. So is it, when they're talking about an existing structural rights and other such things, are they referring back to this point of the RPC when it was generated to say that if you did not re-permit, then in September 1993, if you had failed to do that, then all permits were gone, and therefore from a permitting and a legislative perspective, the groin now no longer existed?
That has been part of the legal discussions. It was never a consented structure.
Yeah, and it says in this particular point that you have till September 1993 to get that sorted, and we did not, I take it?
Correct.
I've just got another question around Kettle Park investigation. I assume now effectively it's been fully mapped, which is why the report's coming to us. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that report, will there be a set of options given to us, I assume, about what to do next, like effective remediation of the landfill?
That'll take a bit more time. The report that we're referring to is just some drilling of cores to show us the depth and extent of the landfill.
So how long should we be anticipating any civil works in that area before they would start? In other words, how long are we looking at with the coast hitting the dunes at the moment before we anticipate that we might be doing something in Kettle Park, roughly?
I wouldn't like to answer now, because I don't know, but we expect that this will be one of the conversations for the long-term plan.
I'd just add that the money in the budget for Kettle Park is in years 1 to 3 of the long-term plan, and it's for that investigation work. There's nothing for, as yet, in the budget for remediation, so that will be a 10-year plan discussion.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get my head around how long are we going to be before anything happened behind the dunes, as we were asking about what's happening in front of the dunes. And then I'll just let the mic go for a sec. I'm sure there's more questions.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. The consent process, notified or not, does require extensive expert advice about what's proposed, both engineering and in terms of coastal geomorphology. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that would have to be submitted with as part of the application with the deposit that's referred to in the report.
That's correct. An assessment of environmental effects.
And the anticipated cost of those expert reports is?
On table in paragraph 900 to $150,000.
Thank
you. Any other further questions? I have. Deputy Mayor Parker.
So I have a question. Was the report that you were referring to about the St Clair Beach timber groin risk assessment, it was in confidential of council papers on 28th of July 2020. Is that the report that you're referring to?
Correct, that is the report I'm referring to. I remember it was my birthday.
Was it ever made public?
I'd have to check with the team, councillor.
I'm asking because I might like to use some information that we received on the report, but if it's in confidential, then I can't use the risks, etc., that were identified in it.
If you give me 5 minutes, I'll check with the team.
So the question, have we actually had a coastal engineer investigate the use of groins on the beach? Well, yeah, the reinstatement of that groin, an actual coastal engineer, so someone that specialises in that field.
You will utilise consultants to go about that. The missing piece is the monitoring and modelling part of showing that they will or won't work, and that's what our plan is. As part of the coastal plan is to achieve that with the aid of coastal engineers and coastal geomorphologists to work together to say that's the right thing.
Did you see the councillors? We received a report on the weekend from Rod Rust, who's presented here a couple of times, from a coastal engineer, the name of Moynihan. Have you seen that?
Yes, we've been made aware, and I think we've both read that.
Right. Well, I did notice that he suggested that the only way to get an accurate modelling of the effects of the beach and interaction with the groin would be to actually build a trial groin and see how it went. Did you see that?
Yep, and that's identified in the options as one of the advantages of option 1.
And did you ever just have a discussion about the groin with Dr. Abby Smith from the University of Otago?
No, I didn't.
Because at one stage she started modelling in the lab and found that a loose plank groin worked well in their models. Have you ever seen any evidence of downstream erosion around any of the groins on the beach at St Clair?
In my time, there's never been a fully functional groin, just the poles.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, historical photos or any evidence of any sort?
No, not that I can recall.
Yeah. Did you notice in that report of Mr. Moynihan's, who is a coastal engineer, that he did talk about whether erosion occurred downstream of loose plank groins?
No, sorry, I can't. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, did you notice what he said about downstream erosion on loose plank groins?
No.
Yeah, the Moynihan report refers to a permeable groin and supporting less erosion downstream. A fully permeable groin would see erosion. An impermeable groin would potentially mitigate against that, as it would allow sand to flow through and settle around it. The 1919 design is an impermeable design, as it has planks stacked on one another. So an impermeable wooden groin would have gaps in it.
Have you ever seen a photo of that 1919 groin, which was installed in 1921? With 2 rows of poles. Have you ever seen planking in a photographic form on that groin? Yeah. Have you ever seen planking?
Yep.
Have you seen it? Is it close planked and impermeable?
Correct, it's impermeable.
I mean, the plan shows it as solid, but have you ever actually seen it on the sand? No. No. I've seen, all photos that I've seen show it as loose planked with gaps in between. So whilst the design was shown as plank to plank, the execution was different. Councillor O'Malley.
Kind of following up on Mr. Mayor's question, if the ORC has effectively rejected this as an existing structure and obviously it is no longer legally an existing structure because of the RPC, and we are looking at an experimental groin, why are we now still sitting with that 1919 design? Because that would have only linked when we were trying to get an existing structure rebuilt. So if you were consenting something that's now, everybody basically says legally there is no existing structure there, so you are now putting an experimental structure in there, why are we wedded to that 1919 design?
Not wedded in its entirety. I guess the question was around how quickly we could do it. So if we're going through iterations of this groin versus that groin and then trying to model the difference of this groin versus that groin, it is possible, it would just take longer. And we had cost estimates for a timber groin. We don't have cost estimates for example, rock groin. So it was just to provide some certainty around what you were directing us to do.
I wasn't planning on getting so far away as to the material was different. I'm actually just saying a solid impermeable wooden structure versus a permeable slotted wood structure. Is there any reason that we wouldn't be looking at that?
No, I think both Ben and myself believe that the wooden groin is an impermeable structure, and as such we would have constructed it that way.
So I think I'm not getting myself across. That's the 1919 drawn design, but the legal rationale for doing that was if you were trying to reinstate an existing structure, it's pretty clear that it has to be basically almost identical to the structure that was there first. But we've already failed at that hurdle. So the structure you'd be putting in now doesn't refer to anything. And at that point, why wouldn't we be at that point thinking more about something like a slotted wooden, which is basically a permeable, semi-permeable groin?
Effectively, we would, and I guess that's what I was trying to reference in the advantages that we could think about it in a little bit more detail, but not to the extent that you're considering it against other type of methodologies. Yeah, correct.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, I guess, emanates from the Mayor's previous question where he listed a number of coastal engineers. So my question is it relatively fair to assume that if we got 10 coastal engineers stroke geomorphologists in the room, that we're fairly likely to get 10 conflicting opinions on effects and outcomes?
Yeah, I think that would be a fair statement.
So by that, does that mean then actually building a trial groin would be the best way of finding out what the answer is?
It's one of the advantages of building a trial groin.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I wondered if you had any comments on this statement, which was in the Moynihan report. A new groin should be designed to withstand the forces imposed on it using modern design techniques and materials. Would you consider what we're planning to be modern design techniques and materials?
Yes and no. It's a complicated question with a complicated answer. Hardwood bowls, whilst not modern, are suitable in that environment because they've been there and stood up to the test of time. It's, I guess, the modern materials the modern designs, impermeability, and also some of the coastal engineers we've talk about creating curved groins because they create a pressure drop around them using Bernoulli's effect, and you get better sand deposition using a curved groin as opposed to a hard physical structure. So that would be some of the things that we could look at.
And just building on that, somewhere in this report, I can't remember where, it talks about wooden groins being more vulnerable to the elements compared with rock groins, for example. So in a time of climate change, sea level rise, that vulnerability would be a factor, would it not, in terms of suitability?
Yeah, correct. And I think this St Kilda coastal plan envisaged a rock groin which would be more enduring if that was the outcome of community consultations and technical assessments.
At this point, I'd like to foreshadow a motion where I'm going to ask for a report on the optimal groin to put in there on a trial basis for Dunedin, because I think we've got a whole range of questioning which really to me indicates that people aren't certain enough about the efficacy of groins and what style and shape of groins, and given that, rebuilding that historic groin in order to get around the idea of resource consent, in order to obviate the need for a resource consent, is no longer available. And I think Councillor O'Malley has done us a service by pointing out that there was a gap of 2-year window to do it, to apply for a certificate of compliance, which the DCC failed to do. We do need to get a resource. We do need to apply for a resource consent. So given that's the case, we might as well apply for the most efficacious groin possible. Anyway, in the meantime, we have a range of questions. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going back to the 2020 report and the disadvantages in that. And one of the disadvantages, and I think maybe the Mayor's referring to this, is it results, if the groin were to be put back, timber groin at St Clair Beach put back, one of the disadvantages said it results in building a structure in a position where it is unlikely to achieve the desired outcome. Now, this report was by Tom Simon-Smith. I'm just wondering if the disadvantages, and there are 6, 7 of them, would be or should have been put in this report as well, or would be the same? Because some of the councillors may not have read it. That's probably not a question. Well, I guess the key question is one of the disadvantages still the same as in the 2020 report, results in building a structure in a position where it is unlikely to achieve the desired outcome? Is that still relevant?
That was the position of Tom Simon-Smith. I guess worst case scenario is you would remove the structure if it created adverse environmental effects.
If I could just add, this was also written, this report is July 2020, before the work on the St Kilda St Clair Coastal Plan had been finalised, and that did indicate that groins in some form were an intervention that might be worth looking at. So this
Sorry, this was this was specifically about replacing like for like with the. I'm just quite confused, and I can see that you can see that because we've got some advantages and disadvantages to a report that you've referenced, and I just wanted to check if those disadvantages still stand or whether it's a bit woolly. Sorry, that's probably not the right question to ask. I'll go through the so disadvantages: potential for localised beach erosion to be enhanced, resulting in reduced beach amenity and increased maintenance costs. That would be correct?
Correct, referring to sand accumulation and whether it accumulates or erodes.
Sorry, the next one was potential for negative implications for other coastal infrastructure, e.g. the geobags and the St Clair seawall. Is that correct?
My recollection,
I think this was a report from July 2020. The report you have before you lists as an advantage that a trial groin combined with an appropriate monitoring program will provide evidence of the effects on the coastal environment. And each one of these points that you are raising as disadvantages were possible disadvantages on the coastal environment. And so what the option 1 suggests that if you want to do it as a trial and if you have a monitoring program, then some of these things would be part of what was looked at.
And I'd also like to make the point that that report was referring to a solid rock groin.
No, it wasn't. Sorry. It was the option 2, timber groin. This option involves applying for resource consent with the intent of reinstating the timber groin at St Clair Beach in the short term. So I'm just trying to understand, because obviously there were some advantages and disadvantages in this report which haven't quite been carried through to this report, which is assuming that a trial will, or not assuming, putting forward that a trial may or may not occur, but I can't see the advantages and disadvantages. Not a question, sorry.
Councillor Betts-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you staff members will be familiar with the records of the Ocean Beach Domain Board and these protection measures to enhance sand retention and so on. Have you seen photographs of multiple groins, and were they the only structures used in that on the Ocean Beach area to attempt to retain more sand on the beach and develop the dunes?
Yes, we have photos of multiple groins. We also have photos of fields or traps, much like a mesh and rectangular shape, brush fences. And
so they were used, am I correct, in my recollection, they were used extensively to trap windblown sand on the beach surface itself, not below the water.
They were placed up in the for June, or the back June rather. So no, sorry, the for June. Away from the waves, yes. So that's
Councillor, could you just use your microphone?
Thank you. And is it fair to say that in addition to those extensive measures, which are all photographically recorded, there was also a lot of work done by local authorities, the days of the St Kilda Borough Council and the city, to develop and enhance the plantings in the dunes to protect them and help them grow, just as we've done the notching subsequently?
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but I agree. Yes, we're aware those things have been done.
Pay a degree of attention to try to...
Microphone, sorry, because Councillor
Did
Lucas
we
can't
put some effort into attempting to enhance the dune structure to protect the beach?
Works have been undertaken, as you say, notching to collect windblown sand, and that's also part of a proposal in the coastal plan, is that it will remain an option for us.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. I had a question that I was going to ask, and I'll ask it anyway because it was prior to your foreshadowed motion, so the synchronicity is timely. My question would be, from what I'm hearing now, whether it was rock, concrete, wood, number 8 wire, to find out what works, you literally have to do everyone individually over a certain amount of time with analysis and monitoring to understand the outcomes.
We can model and monitor prior to implementing it, so that would be part of the coastal plan if we would go to that we would undertake that modelling and monitoring of the existing conditions and applying these different scenarios into those conditions to model the outcomes of each option. So all sorts of different types of groin will be able to weigh up those different options, and that would be what we'd complete before applying for a consent.
So would it be fair then, I mean, from all the plethora of information we've received on this from experts, in inverted commas or otherwise, over the years, does consistently say that modelling can only take us so far? Is that a fair assessment?
There'll be still elements of contention, as you allude to, with the experts. The modelling and monitoring will still need to be, will be needed, even if we apply a trial timber groin, as by the end of that trial we will want to implement a permanent solution. So that modelling and monitoring is just as important in the trial scenario, option 1, as it is option 2.
And a further question, it may not be for you, it might actually be for the mover of the foreshadowed motion. Doesn't the foreshadowed motion I've just heard actually do what option 2 is trying to do?
Not necessarily, but I'll have a discussion with the Chief once we've finished our discussions and questions. So if you've finished your questions, sorry?
Yeah, I have for now.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Not sure who this question is for, possibly the Chief. I did hear the Mayor say, and I quote, get around a resource consent. A resource consent process is a regulatory process, and there is a particular set of things one has to do and provide as part of that process.
I've suggested to the Mayor that we will need to work on the appropriate wording for any foreshadowed motion, so he will take a break once question time's finished and look at what the wording might be.
And
wasn't so much
sorry, I'll just have a point of order, because what I further said was obviate the need for a resource consent subsequent to that. So it wasn't to get around it, it was just to obviate the need for it. That was why we applied for a certificate of compliance. So it's all very well to take those words, but the full context is obviate the need for.
I didn't take a point of order, Mr Mayor. I was asking the Chief to just outline the process that we have to go through from a regulatory perspective. There is a set-down process, and I see the Chief shaking her head in agreement. Nodding, not shaking her head. That we have to follow.
Well, absolutely, but we would never provide advice to council that they passed a resolution that didn't follow the law either.
Indeed.
Councillor O'Malley.
looking at the execution of Clare St Kilda plan, after you get past the short-term actions and you get into the short-listed pathway section, you sort of get to the last two paragraphs, which seem to imply that there's an expectation that the foreshore is under erosion threat in some form or another at the moment, and I think we can pretty much agree to that, because we wouldn't be removing the sand sausages tomorrow. And then you end up with offshore structures or coastal setback as those last two options. My question really relates to coastal setback. Where are we with thinking about coastal setback and allowing the dunes to keep moving back, and what are the immediate, we've listed Kettle Park, but I can also think of houses on the seaward side of Victoria Road. Are there other immediate things as well that would have to be considered if we were going to allow for coastal setback? And the reason I'm asking that question is, I think the answer is yes, it's quite a big list. And would there be an advantage then to achieving some form of temporary protection while we get through that section? Or otherwise, my question is, how many years are we looking at to do that?
We don't know, but those temporary measures you referred to are an option, are a management option. I guess what I would say is around what do we need to do. Council's lucky in the fact that it already owns a lot of the foreshore, and so one of the immediate things was the Kettle Park investigations that we've spoken about, but there have been ongoing conversations through the St Kilda Coastal Plan work, and we need to continue those conversations with the users of those sports fields, which will be impacted first. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, because I'm just trying to get my head around the time frame that we're looking at here. Like, when are we planning on executing it, or are we in a state of, I don't know, for worst case scenario, wait and see kind of situation?
No, we're in a state of getting further information. So the New Zealand Coastal Sea Level Rise project, I think that work is just finished or just finishing, which will give us some information to work to in terms of time frames for sea level rise. Additionally, there's another broader project around what the intensity of storm event is that we are designing for storm surge. So the team are in kind of further information gathering whilst preparing to move into, if we did this, what would that mean? If we did that, what would that mean? So a lot of ongoing work.
Mr Mayor's identified that he's going to put another resolution up anyway, but I'm trying to get my head around option is of fitting this into the existing plan. When would you anticipate the existing plan, as it unfolds, would be looking at either offshore structures, whether they are or are not needed, or any other sand protection mechanisms? 1 year, 3 year, 5, 10?
No, the plan was always in time for long-term plan, because many of them will have budgetary impacts, particularly seawalls. Any kind of infrastructure will have a budgetary impact. So that was always the plan. We're a bit behind program because of a vacant coastal engineering resource, but we will be working as hard as we can to get back on track to have those conversations at long-term plan time.
Yeah, because that affects the vote today, really. Our confidence that you'll have something, and so you are confident you will have coherent and cogent next steps by the long-term plan.
Yeah, that is the aim, absolutely. I mean, we want to get this modelling with some consultants underway now. As you say, we've just reinvigorated this project board. There's been a lot of turnover in staff and our internal project board as well. So once we're underway with that, we will have some external engagements to complete that. We may not have all the modelling we would need to, say, support a resource consent application, but we want to have that done and a bit of public consultation done for when we lock in the LTP, or go for the LTP, to have a good idea of what the best pathways are for each section of the coast.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Hogan, you responded to Councillor Benson Pope regarding the St Kilda June as we, in other words, we implementing that, we focusing on that council did the notches at St Kilda. Is that correct?
It's behind my time a wee bit, but there were, in the last 15 years, I believe there's been some notching done at St Kilda. And
sorry, I just wanted to just inform you a little bit about that, because that was actually undertaken with Dr. Mike Hilton and Tom Simon Smith when he was still a student of Mr. Hilton's, or Dr. Hilton's, back in 2013, 2014. Prior to him even coming to council, and that was work that he undertook through Mike Hilton, and it was an experiment and a trial to see if it would work. So I guess the part that I look at is that council has taken on board different parts of trials that have taken place across the whole beaches, all the beaches, and have implemented those where they've best worked. And Mr. Drew might even want to answer that. Is that case?
Yeah, that's correct. And those trials that the university did had a really good monitoring program that went with them and showed that the sand accumulated in the winter with the southwest winds blowing up the notches. And then we've continued that work with the university since then.
So I guess the follow-up at the heart of this, as I see it, this motion, is around, we can always talk about what potentially a groin could look like, what effects it could take place, positive and negatively, but until we do the trial, we'll never know.
Correct, that's one of the advantages of a trial groin is real world evidence.
Councillor O'Malley.
What's coming back to me is the centre point of the decision, so I'm just having to really hammer this one. Option 2, if you get to that point in time for the long-term plan to be considering forward works programs, and a groin or offshore structure of some sort comes into scope then of being something that you were actually considering, then we would actually start getting active reports on what those things would be looking like and how they'd be designed. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, that would be our expectation as part of the long-term plan process. There are technical assessments that inform temporary erosion protection measures versus offshore structure versus groins, and we budget accordingly in the long-term plan.
So just in a risk management profile, we'll be waiting within 18 months, which is about when we should be looking at the long-term plan for consideration. We should have received those reports. That's because if the answer to that is yes, I will be holding your feet to that fire afterwards.
As Mr. Hogan said, that's our intent. There is no budget, capital budgets to build a groin at the moment. There's no capital budgets. There's no signalling of when the seawall might need to be repaired or replaced. So it's always been our intention to have those conversations for the long-term plan.
And if we go forward with the consenting process, you're saying that basically the resources that are available to this whole St Kilda plan are limited in such a way that if we go forward with the consenting process, then we would put at risk that body of work for the long-term plan?
Correct.
Councillor Houlihan.
Is that even though groin have been proposed as part of that plan?
Yeah, correct. So the resource and available budgets would be put towards consenting and if successful in that process, installing and monitoring a groin not to the other aspects of the program.
And I'd just say it's more the resource. Like the budgets are manageable clearly with an organisation this size, but the new coastal Tom, Raphael, we've only got one of him, and so he can only be focusing on certain things at certain times. So that's the trade-off.
We appear to have exhausted questions. At this stage, we'll have a 5-minute recess. Sorry, what? You might need 10 and sort out a motion. Thank you. Second that. And all those in favour say aye. Aye. Great. Yes, we're all here. So there's a motion coming on the board, which I'll read. That council continues with technical investigations of a groin or groins of any form and other coastal management options identified in the St Clair-St Kilda Coastal Plan with a report back to inform the 10-year plan 24-34. So I move that motion. I have a seconder, and in speaking to this motion, I would just like to say that it's this fits in with the plan that we have, because groins are certainly included in that. And there's no doubt that in my mind and in the mind of the great many people that I certainly talk to, that they want to have the groin reinstated on the beach, but primarily they want to have the sand dunes protected. They want to have the beach protected. They want to have a bigger beach. There's a great many people that remember the beach between 1950 and 2000. That was a much broader beach, and the core contention is that that was because of the groins that were there, installed in 22 and repaired in 55, and the evidence was the great mass of sand accumulated. There will always be erosion on the beach in the winter. That is in the nature of the beach. We've got a very active beach, and so sand will always be eroded, but if there's a protective sacrificial buffer of sand in front of the dunes, it won't be the dunes that are eroded. So throughout that second half of last century, the dunes were not eroded. So in putting this motion, I'm looking for some input from an actual coastal engineer that knows a little bit about groins and about the actual mechanical devices that are used on beaches around the world to accumulate sand and protect the hinterland, protect sand dunes in particular. So certainly the wind-blown effects is suitable for investigations by geomorphologists, and the notches are working. But this will give us a report in time for the 10-year plan. So who are my speakers? Councillor Winspoke.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this is a sensible way forward, and I think it's important to say that I don't think people object to a groin in principle per se, but I'm concerned that we look at all the options and the reality of where we've been with this whole of the beachscape, and we all recognise that our modifications to particularly the southern end are what has caused some of the problem, and particularly Kettle Park, and I'll come back to that. But the absence of four dunes protecting the main dune is the essential problem that is not a natural coastline. And if you look at anyone who looks at the original alignment of the coastline will see that the reason it's not natural is because we've modified it and it doesn't work properly. We're all familiar with, or a lot of the community is familiar with the work that was done originally by the Domain Board in the days of the borough, and that work involved extensive planting, extensive work with brush fences to trap the windblown sand, and marram grass planting and other species to stabilise the dunes. So what I think it's important we focus on is the fact that this is not a one silver bullet solves the problem. It won't. And that we use multiple initiatives to address a very comprehensive coastal problem. I think clearly that is in the best interests of not just the whole city and beach users, but the residents who are living on pretty much what is the fortune in Victoria Road. My priority, though, and I think it should be the city's priority, is the further work as number one priority on the remediation of the rubbish dump at Kettle Park. And I'd like to see that happen and obviously it's going to be progressed at the same time as these discussions. I think what is really important is that we don't try to rely on last century's solutions that may or may not have worked for this century's problem, given that the issues that we have are actually new, not just a historical issue of perennial erosion at St Clair, but the reality of higher sea level, which is going to make, however you counter it, is going to make the problem even larger. And I think it's important that we do that rationally with scientific evidence, and the plan that is in place enables us to do that, and this motion will make sure that the report to us is expedited for funding as part of the 10-year plan coming up.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is almost option 2, which I was tending to support. And the key advantage of this is comparative technical assessments of the various coastal management options can be made to help select the most suitable option when we go to the actual plan, the purpose of which was to create a safe and sustainable future for the stretch of coast between the St Clair Headland and Lawyers Head. So we have to look at it as a whole. And there were, 6 management options here, which was maintain existing defence, but I don't think we want to do that. Newer upgraded seawall, offshore structure, groins, beach nourishment, enhanced dunes and coastal setback. So part of the purpose of this plan was to identify these, and I particularly liked the next steps, which was undertake further work to assess the performance of alternative options. In particular, consider the implications of any future land use changes at the coast, develop concept designs and cost estimates for shortlisted pathways, and score each pathway against community aspirations and technical and cost criteria. And I think when we adopted the plan, that's what we were expecting, was this work to be done. I also want to point out that we seem to have a single point of dependency. We've got one FTE working on this, and we didn't have one FTE for 6 months, and that's really held this work up and sort of kept making us look at, we want something to happen. And I think that's where you can see the community frustration about this. So I think when we come to look at our long-term plan, even perhaps, I guess our annual plans is going out to consultation, is maybe we need to fund 2 people or 3 people to get this work done, because this is absolutely critical to the future of Dunedin.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think this was a nice modification to option 2, and I'm happy to support it, obviously second it. And it's good to see that we are getting some coalescing of views around the table in terms of how to progress forward with this. And I do note that the wording up as it says other coastal management options doesn't necessarily say that we will maintain the beach. Retreat is also another coastal management option, and that would be coming in the full suite. I think there's been plenty of commentary showing that everybody feels that I think that we have actually built too close to the sea on that beach in many parts of it, especially to the southern end. And in fact, with the Esplanade, we've probably gone out into the sea. And so if there is to be a coastal management option which would be retreat, then there's a massive amount of work to be done in front of that before we would even consider doing that. So we need to get our options sorted out in the right order, execute them in the correct order, and then we'll be confident that we're getting efficient use of our resources as we go through this plan, because it may have multiple steps as it unfolds, as it moves forward. I'm glad to see now that if we adopt this one, which I genuinely seem to be nodding around the table, that this now won't interfere with the planning before the long-term plan. But I completely back up Councillor Barker's statement about a single point of dependency on one FTE here. And I from the Waikawaiti coast, and I know Saddle Hill from the southern coast as well, like around the Brighton area, we're all seeing coastal erosion. And I think that we need to consider in the next long-term plan a proper funding of making sure that we can actually assess our whole coastal region properly in a timely manner as we go forward into this. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I can agree to vote for this, but with some reservations. The history of the world has been the history of coastal erosion. We've always had it. this century's problem, as I see it, is the extraordinary amount of paperwork, risk aversion, and duck shoving of responsibility before actually anything is really done. There's a lot of talk about all the work that's involved. And last century, work involved putting poles in the ground and actually getting a result and seeing if it worked or not. These days, it seems to be endless amounts of paperwork, and you can spend $100,000 on this kind of work before you could even start to build a house. So I can vote for it, but I really wish that we had voted as a council a year ago at least to just go ahead and do what would have cost less than the consultant reports that came out that said maybe or maybe not. I'm keen to see something done, and I think most of the people that we represent actually want to see something done. If this is a step towards that, well then good, but again, I think it's probably an unnecessary step. We won't know whether it'll work until we do it, and we need to look to the bigger problem of the impediments to actually doing anything anymore, and the regional council would be top of my list. So yeah, I can vote for it, but sadly, thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that things do take a long time to happen, but I will support this because it fits in with the 10-year plan, and I agree with Councillor Benson-Pope that it is part of a bigger picture. You know, the groins will be one of many things that we need to look to do to mitigate the problems. But I also want to thank the Mayor for his passion and enthusiasm in pushing this issue forward, and it shows people that we care, we're concerned, and we're not giving up, you know, and we will continue to do what we can to try to resolve some of these problems. You know, with climate change, there's going to be ongoing water coastal erosion, and we're seeing it all around the world. I mean, look at the flooding there was, you know, in the North Island. We are not immune to any of that, so we do need to continually look to at mitigation and ways of helping to resolve this, and obviously along with our climate change program as well. But I support what Councillor Barker said earlier. I think we need to look at urgently hiring more coastal engineers if we can find them anywhere, because you know, it is a major problem. We've got huge issues around the St Clair, St Kilda area, and I would add to that, which others have mentioned, Brighton doesn't get mentioned a lot, but Brighton also has a lot of coastal erosion. I can remember years and years ago, it was an issue when I was reporting on some things around there, and it came up, that was about 20 years ago, they were worried about coastal erosion around there. So it is still a problem, and it's getting worse, not getting any better. And of course, out in the other areas, like Councillor O'Malley said as well. So we need to certainly be aware it is a problem anywhere there's a coastal area, and look to mitigate it. So, but I think with St Clair Beach, we do need to certainly look to save it, because it is I've said this many times before, but it is, I'm down there, you know, often weekly. It's a jewel in our crown in our city, and not many places have as beautiful beach as that, and we do need to save it.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief because most of what I was going to say has been said, and I can't resist the pun. I'm absolutely delighted that option 1 is dead in the water. It's an old solution to a contemporary problem, actually. It's it would have been an expensive trial in a extremely fiscally constrained environment, and I'm glad it's gone. I've always advocated deferring to the many initiatives as identified in our excellent St Clair, St Kilda coastal plan. One of those options, of course, may be the use of groins or our groin. And I definitely agree with others that Kettle Park absolutely needs to be the first cab off of the rank. And I agree even more with the situation we've created, probably not on purpose, where we've become very dependent on one FTE And I'm just sitting here thinking now that the pause we had because Coastal Tom left could just be replicated if Raphael goes. So I think it would be strategically prudent of us to build in some resilience there for allowing what is a potentially real world event of people shifting from their positions and going to other agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Again, I will also be relatively brief, as most of what I was going to say has already been covered. Most of my consternation and cogitation over this has been focused on the line between getting something done, a practical response to a known and tangible risk, and not throwing ratepayer money at a project that may or may not be approved by the ORC. And this is all the while leaving the contents, as has been said, of Kettle Park and indeed the residents of South Dunedin at risk of an event as parts of the North Island have experienced recently. Hopefully Cyclone Gabrielle's sister doesn't want to visit our wonderful city until all the numbers are crunched and all the reports are issued and argued and a practical solution is finally come up with. And I was concerned about any further delay until Mr. Drew answered a few particular questions. And all I will say is that, yes, while I will be supporting this motion, I will also be stoking the fire for Councillor O'Malley to hold feet over to make sure things get done in a very expedient and timely fashion.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to hold this up, Tauroni Beach groin. It's a rock groin, and I lived that journey for a number of years with the community. And the one thing I learnt from that journey was it's a very complex matter that doesn't work in all scenarios. So I'm very happy to support this because it requires us to get further information and look at the technical investigations. And we heard about some of the research that's happening, that's coming to fruition around storm surge, the New Zealand sea level rise research. There's other research out there that's coming to pass, and there has been a rich lot of data and expertise developed in this city at the university in this particular area. So we'll be able to, through this resolution, we'll be able to call on all of that. I'm happy with it because this is part of the bigger picture. We put a lot of resources and time and talking to our community and working through the options, and the outcome of that was the coastal plan, the St Kilda St Clair coastal plan. So in the context of that, I'm much happier than picking one solution out to put forward, a solution that I don't believe was the right way to go because we didn't have enough information. We had certainly information that it wasn't going to work, that there's no such thing as a trial. And I too want to see resources put into Kettle Park. If I was choosing what to spend money on, and that's the discussion we'll have at the long-term plan, Kettle Park, I believe, is the priority around this table, particularly for remediation. I just want to thank the staff for their patience with us, and to say we are very well served by the staff that we have and the staff member who's a specialist in this, and Mr. Raphael Crea Moriani. And I think the idea of getting more research into there, resource into there to progress this plan would be a step in the right direction. But that's a conversation for another day. So I can certainly support this. I think it's a much more fiscally responsible way to go, taking up Councillor Gilbert's point. And I look forward to those reports coming back to us so that we can make an informed decision.
Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really in agreement with Councillor Vandervis over this. Simply spending money heading towards $1 million on the various opinions of consultants has to stop. I am choosing to listen to the residents and business owners of St Clair Dunedin. Sand must be returned to the most magnificent beach in the country. Our peninsula and beaches are Dunedin's biggest asset. We need to be brave and act. Therefore, I'll be voting to support this motion to get some go forward towards a successful outcome. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
I will be supporting this motion. To say I am frustrated to where we are at the moment is an understatement. I want to basically take us back to the motion that led us to this where we are now, and that is back on November the 8th, we asked Council to basically, or we actually went to a meeting on the 13th of December where we direct staff to proceed with an application for a certificate of compliance St. Groin from the ORC, and if granted, proceed with reconstruction the most cost-effective manner. I think of the ORC and also their role, and I would have thought that they would have seen that was a sensible approach to proceed. To then go through and sort of what they presented back, I'm frustrated by that personally. I found that difficult to think of the process that we then had to put our ratepayers through, and also the added work we have to proceed with. There is enough history for me, but you know what? We're now having to choose another path, and the path we're having to choose is this one, and so I will support it. But at some point we have to do something. Reports and talk and staff work is not going to save our beaches. It's not going to basically save the residents that live along there, the businesses along there. We have seen evidence of piers and groins working in the past, and we saw how the wastewater pipe, when the extension was done for Tahuna, how that pier had a direct effect pretty quickly. So at some point we have to do something. And right now we're playing catch up. I just hope we don't get a major storm in between times.
So, in replying to this, of course, the possibility, as Councillor Wiley says, is that we are susceptible to a major storm. We have not had one for a long time, since about 2015. And you can tell that by the number of snow days we have. And it was 2015 the last time we had several snow days in a row, which come with winter storms. So at that time there was very severe erosion on the beach, and but there was still poles intact. But that's when the poles were smashed out, when a tree trunk got caught in amongst them. And since then, erosion has really taken off. And so I agree with Councillor Benson Pope that our modifications have created the problem, because it's the seawalls that have been installed at St Clair since 1878, and several of them in the beginning, that created the problem. And the only answer that worked was installing groins at St Clair in 1902. They first were. And then 1921 they put a pier. In 1955 they fixed them up again, and they lasted for half a century. So they may be an old solution to an old problem, but the problem we're having now is not a new problem. They had the problem way back when. They had just as much erosion back in the beginning, before 1901, 1902. And it was groins that solved it. And so these groins are in use all around the world. There are groins being installed around the world this year. There were last year, there were the year before. They are a very common solution where the beach is appropriate, and they're very appropriate on our beach. I also agree with Deputy Mayor Barker that one FTE who to fill a vacancy, so there's been no FTEs for 6 months or so, is insufficient for the needs, because of course coastal erosion, the coastal plan, and the South Dunedin future plan is all really important work, and the influence of the sea on that work is huge, actually. So, we could do with some more resource in that area. I'm not that keen on the idea of retreat as an option because it could happen really, really easily. Because one of the things those sand sausages have done at the expense of a few $1 million, they've moved the problem along, and so they're to where it's relatively narrow between the water and Victoria Road, and right beside those tennis courts at St Clair is where the water could come through. And I will remind everyone that the last time the water came through, it reached Hillside Road. So we don't want that. We definitely do not want that. I think it's we don't want that to happen again. And I very much agree with Councillor van der Vis that there's an awful lot of paperwork to try and get a simple structure built. And if and I would much prefer that it was done back in over 5 years ago when I first brought it to the attention of council. However, it is really good to have a motion that has what seems like universal support around the table, and it's far better to proceed with everyone's support rather than having yet another fully contentious issue on the table. So I'm very pleased that it does appear, and we'll soon see in a minute, that this is something everyone can go with, and look forward to a report, well, in the not too distant future, hopefully this year, but we'll see how that goes. So, having said that, I'll now put the motion, and I don't know that we need to do it by division, so I'll just put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Carried. Thank you. So, we can now move on to the next item on our agenda, item number 10. So thankfully we have relatively complex issues to deal with, and so we'll be here for hopefully not too much longer. So we have Mr Worthington and Mr Henderson. Would you like to speak to the report?
No, we can take it as read. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have any questions? We have no questions. Thank you, gentlemen, for extreme patience, because I have noted you sitting there for a very long time. Thank you very much, and well done. Such a perfect report. We don't need to ask any questions. The motion has been moved by Councillor Ackland. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert. Would you like to speak to it? No. Would anyone like to speak to it? No. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 11. The proposed interim speed management plan. Councillor O'Malley will speak to the recommendations.
It's not often you're both the author and authoriser of an item. Basically, you can see in the item, the consultation was done, finished last week, and there were some minor modifications to what was consulted on and what was carried through to what we're considering today. So I think that's pretty much it in terms of this. Effectively, mostly was around responding to Waka Kotahi's directive to have schools brought under a speed limit position by a certain date. So that's about getting those schools lined up. There were a couple of communities that were also taken into this activity, and really that's basically it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Wiley.
Councillor O'Malley, did the hearings panel do a drive around and investigate the sites?
Yes, we did. So there were a couple that we wanted to be sure about to make sure that the speeds we were choosing were in fact operable and correct for the roads that were chosen. So we did a number of those. We checked out a couple of schools as well that came up during the consultation day. And we were happy with what we saw as related to the decision that we made.
Sorry, another question. And we had Councillor O'Malley, were there good submitters presenting to us, and did our plus the submissions we received, were they all taken into consideration with the result?
As always. Yeah, no, and bottom line was that most of the feedback was supportive of the changes that were going, and especially the schools were particularly supportive of getting the work done around them. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to move the motion?
I'll move it.
Very good. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. So, would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Oh, well, we better start with you, Mr.
Yeah, I was going to say,
O'Malley.
still need to move it. This activity, there's two parts to this activity. One is that the new methodology by which we're setting up speed management plans requires that they be in line with the long-term plan. So there's 1 year left to be in line with this long-term plan, and then from this point out, they'll be 3 year apart, these activities. And the primary activity that we're doing in this plan was around safer school zones. Again, effectively in response to a national directive.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the staff work to prepare this, and to the panel. This is really important work, and the impression feedback that I have had is that schools were so ready for this. It has been an ongoing concern for them. The school drop-off pickup has become really fraught for many schools and really dangerous, particularly for our primary school children, but also around high schools as well. So it was really interesting to watch the process. It was a very thorough consultation with several opportunities for people to get involved, and I noticed as we went through that some people dropped off because they were actually very happy with what was being proposed, and that many of the submissions were around tweaking that from local knowledge. I noticed that parents got involved, and that was great. So I think this is a real step forward in ensuring the safety of our young people as they go to and from school. They should be safe, and it contributes to the Road to Zero goal.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Having been on a number of these different bylaw hearings, I thought this one was one very well presented to us by staff, and it was also very well consulted on. 188 submissions received from 16 schools, plus community boards were very strong in what they presented to the committee. I think the other part was, for example, Karatani School made a very strong and passionate presentation. 2 of the students came and informed us of their difficulties and challenges of getting to school. For those that want to criticise and make comments negatively around these changes, I think they just need to ask a 5, 6, 7 or 8 year old trying to make their way to school in some of these areas, you know, to be taken under consideration, because it is a challenge for many of them to get to school. You know, I remember walking to school in the 1970s, and you know, it was pretty straightforward, but guess what, there was a lot less cars on the road, and they didn't travel at the speeds that they travel at now. And as one school put in their submission, a feeble school sign, school safety sign with a couple flashing lights just doesn't cut it. So I think this is a very strong result for the schools, and to keep the students safe, and also actually to keep the parents and the grandparents or anybody else doing the drop-offs and pickups, because it is a very crazy time around some of the schools through that period, and it is about making those areas safe. But again, for some of the communities, please drive slowly or more carefully around the schools. And in particular, thank you to the community boards as well.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Just want to again, like Councillor Gary, thank the staff and the committee and the community boards. Actually, I just wanted to give a big shout out. This stuff's long overdue for me, to Gareth Sweet, the principal of Sawyers Bay School, who, when I was chair of the community board out there, fought tooth and nail to get safety measures in place around that school long before this became a government initiative. So I just want to give a big shout out to him. I'm sure, so because that's the one I know, and I'm sure this applies to probably other principals in other schools. As I say, long overdue and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears we're done. So I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Oh.
It's not that important.
Right reply? No. Oh, are those against? Carried. Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Millie. You look very settled there, so I thought there was no need. Okay, moving right along. Item number 12, stormwater easement to Aurora Energy at Kane Street. Mr Pickford and Mr Graham. Do you have anything, any comments to make prior to your report? We're taking questions then. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question, page 307, paragraph 5, about the unauthorised occupations by neighbouring businesses. I'm just wondering, is that a DCC issue or an Aurora issue?
It's come up. Yeah, it's been resolved by Aurora, who have moved on people using their land and reaching over onto the reserve land.
Okay, so by unauthorised occupations, is that people building buildings there or just parking cars and things?
It's an industrial area, so there were vehicles being parked there and operating from land that wasn't theirs.
No further questions? Oh, Councillor Houlihan.
How common is it for council to act as take on the delegation when it's one of our CCOs?
So it's perfectly in order. In fact, the Reserves Act in subsection 6 of section 48 specifically allows for territorial authorities, where they are the administering body of reserve land, to grant easements to itself.
Councillor Walker. It's been moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Walker? Anyone else want to speak to it? Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving along. Yes. Yes, moving along to item 14, proposed event road closures for April and May of 2023. Mr Drew will speak to the report, or do you have any comments to make, or just take questions?
No, sorry, just happy to take questions. I'll do my best. Mr Tannock can't be here with us. He's got family commitments.
Yep. Are there any? Yep. It's moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? I see no questions. Therefore, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I'll just make the point that the FIFA event is quite an important one, because 100 days to go, that's coming up, and that's from that date people will be able to buy tickets. So that'll be a really good thing for us all to promote on our social pages. Next item is number 15, naming of a legal road.
Happy to move.
I'm sure, I don't imagine Mr Drew's got any comments. Are there any questions of Mr Drew? No. So we have a mover. Is there a seconder? Councillor Houlihan. So moved. Councillor Vandervis, seconded. Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, sir? Would anyone like to speak? No. Very good. I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item number 16. Residential conversion of vacant inner city space. Councillor Benson Pope will speak to the motion. Would you like to speak to it, or just take questions?
Oh,
No,
I'd like
it's
to
not the
speak
motion.
to it. I don't think there'll be any questions. If there are, I can cover them in the right of reply, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this stage? No. So would you like, I presume you'll move the motion, Councillor?
I will.
And a seconder, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. The councillors who were present at the last discussion we had will recall the mention of this this concept, and for people's information, I've since the article appeared in the paper this morning about what was in the order paper, I've had a number of messages from people who are pleased that this is at the table for consideration. Clearly, we all know of corners of our central city where the best use is not, or full use is not being made of buildings that are in place. And I've couched the wording of the notice of motion so that it didn't just talk about buildings, it also talked about vacant space. We know there is an appetite, and this was apparent during the consideration of the second generation plan, for increased numbers of residential dwellings in the inner city. It's popular for those who want to do that. It's hardly compulsory, but there's already a number of examples of new builds of apartment blocks happening that we're all familiar with. I think it's been a shame that there are areas that are vacant above retail premises often, but not just. And I know that from discussions with some of those owners that some of the obstacles are things like problems with access, with fire rating, with insulation, and of course that's topical because of the considerations that we've been talking about recently in respect of noise in the CBD. The other, so I'm hopeful that we can now put our collective corporate heads together and come up with a few things that will add to what we can do now by decision or by staff feat, or by way of the Heritage Fund to assist with developments of this kind, be it glazing or whatever else. But there are other issues in respect of fire and access, particularly disabled access, that are important that we may be able to help with. So I'd like to traverse that idea and have a report come back to us. Other than the staff time, there's no cost involved or other implication at this point, but there are clearly a number of property owners who do actually want to make better use of space that exists. The other plus is, of course, in addition to helping owners, that we all benefit from increased animation in the central city, both in terms of activity and also security. So I don't see any downside to this, and it's also a step that will make sure that accommodation where it exists is more likely to be safe and appropriately regulated rather than being random and not properly authorised in some way or other, which has been a historical problem for these sorts of spaces. So I'm asking for your support, and more importantly, looking forward to recommendations coming back to us for our further consideration once the staff have given us put a little time into this. But I do wish to see that, hope to see that as part of the upcoming annual plan deliberations as detailed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief, and thank you to the mover of this notice of motion. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, anything that encourages full use of buildings and vacant space in our city centre is good by me, particularly as it adds to the, I guess, ever increasing vibrancy of our increasingly funky and progressive city centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to see a further report from staff about, probably in the Customer and Regulatory Committee, but about more detail, what would the implications of this be for property owners? I certainly don't want to see us forcing them into doing things they don't want to do. And also, what are the implications of it for the music scene in our city? If we have more residential people living here, which is great, but what impact will that have on music venues and, you know, the livability of the city and the vibrancy? So all of those things are questions that I would have before agreeing to this motion. I'm not 100% sure. Well, the motion isn't up there, but what I'd be agreeing to. I mean, in theory, I think it sounds okay, but I'd like to agree to just get more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm in full support of this. There are empty spaces and gaps throughout the city, and I think that supporting initiatives to incentivise the residential conversion of those empty spaces would be very useful. It would certainly bring vitality to the city. It would be good to see if the Heritage Fund can help, because often these buildings are heritage buildings and they have their own challenges, but we are the heritage capital of New Zealand. I'm sure we can rise to those. I do appreciate Councillor Houlihan's points about how it relates to the Live Dunedin Music Action Plan, and I think that we also need to look at how this relates to Variation 3, so we are protecting some areas, so we have vibrancy, but we're not keeping everyone awake at night.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I'm concerned that this motion limits itself very much to residential conversion rather than residential and commercial development of spaces. I think it may be an unintended consequence that with the passing of Dog with Two Tails, we might end up with a flat there, which I don't think would be in the interests of the inner city at all. In terms of further incentivising, the developers that I have had long experience with are not so much looking for incentives, but for the removal of the disincentives. In particular, the incredibly onerous getting through consent and paperwork issues, and in some cases the apparent nitpicking over very small details. And I'm thinking in particular of a developer who developed the standard building and then wanted to put in a flat up above, and had so much trouble in terms of getting through all the rules and regulations that he said he'd never do another inner city development in Dunedin again. So I'm concerned that it's limited to residential. If it was to be modified and said residential and commercial, then I could probably go for it. And regarding further incentives, I think what the report also needs to address is somehow removing or at least ameliorating a lot of the disincentives to actually doing anything.
Does that mean you're proposing an amendment?
I'm hoping that the mover might agree to put the commercial use in. If he wants to restrict it to residential, then I can't vote for it.
Mr Mayor, if I could, procedurally there's no ability to alter a notice of motion once it's been seconded.
Very good. Councillor Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This reminds me of a previous motion that the mover, and I think it was Councillor Wilson, put forward about 3 or 4 years ago, which seems to get lost. Since I think at the time got lost in the midst, let's just say. Which is fine because that was a previous time. I think I support this because it's not about whether we're doing commercial development in the town. It's basically about, in the centre of town, can we get people to live in the centre of town? And there are sections and buildings that are empty. A lot of that's fire code and other such things that are in the way. So from what I remember last time and what I see written in this one again is basically getting through, looking at the actual barriers that are stopping people developing residential in the area, and then seeing what we can do about making sure that we're not the cause of the barrier, or that we can actually help with things that are in the way. So I'm more than happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. When I read this motion, I was thinking upstairs in inner city buildings in particular, and there's many cities around the world where this happens, and it brought back a memory of staying upstairs in Galway and the very lively night entertainment. So I do take the point around live music. I think this is very timely because it brings together a number of things, and one of those is our accommodation shortage. So that fits nicely with this. It also is another piece of the puzzle in terms of our CBD and in particular George Street, because we know that this adds to the security aspect in the CBD. We know that this adds to the vibrancy, and it also will include, and it captures very nicely the concerns we have around live music. So I think it's very timely that we be looking at this now. And we do know, I just want to make the point, we do know, and we've heard from staff, that consenting and navigating consenting is going on as we speak, that streamlining work. So let's not forget that. We keep being told that, and then we have colleagues who keep saying that it's not happening, so or suggesting it's not happening, but that work is going on. So I think this brings it all together, and I'd like to thank the mover and seconder.
Very good. I think we've exhausted comments. Yes. Very good. So, that being the case, you're right to reply.
Thank you. In reply, I'd just like to confirm that the Chief Executive's comment about the possible amendment is accurate, so I'm not able to accommodate that request if I wanted to. And for people's information, this hasn't just come from a revisitation of the previous decision or not, but also from discussions with a developer, an out-of-town developer actually, who was very uncharitable about the lack of initiative displayed by some of our Dunedin developers, someone who's just completed a refurbishment of a heritage building with apartments above. And the suggestions that he made have already been implemented in terms of removing barriers and being of assistance to such development, have already long since been implemented by our building control people. So I think it's a bit unfortunate that people raise a bogey that's largely non-existent in terms of the preparedness and focus of our staff to facilitate applications when they are presented to us. So I think that is an unnecessary irrelevance. This is clearly focused on improving the urban quality of our existing housing stock and other spaces that might otherwise turn into at-grade car parks, I suppose, and both adding to the housing stock in the city and adding to the vibrance and ambience of central Dunedin.
That said, we'll take it by division.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Garrett.
Aye.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Van.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley. Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Very good. I now move that we move into public excluded and take 5 minutes while cameras get disassembled. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried.